Hello, everyone. Um, it's really a great pleasure to be here with you, dear researchers, Indigenous peoples, ladies and gentlemen. I'm super pleased to address you in the context of this important webinar, which launches the multilingual collection of articles that aim to access the status of languages in research. To expand and enrich the knowledge base and encourage the global academic and scientific community to leverage the value residing in intellectual assets and linguistic heritage of Indigenous peoples, a global call for research papers has been launched, inviting researchers from around the world to share their research outcomes within 7 thematic areas, namely sustainable development, linguistic diversity and cultural heritage, social inclusion and gender equality, knowledge, education and science, human rights, technology, and humanitarian affairs. This initiative, organized in the context of the International Year of Indigenous Languages and supported by the government of Japan and the government of Estonia, both of which we are very grateful, aims to support and promote Indigenous languages worldwide, including in the academic and scientific domains. Nearly 300 researchers from 63 countries submitted their articles in 2019, covering a range of issues related to minorities, lesser used and indigenous languages, and more widely with the promotion of linguistic diversity and multilingualism. An international peer review team composed of linguistics, indigenous researchers, leading experts, and different specializations and language editors was established to carry out a comprehensive analysis and pre-select a smaller set of articles for publication. Throughout 2020 and 2021, the authors of the 39 selected research papers collaborated with the international peer review team to sharpen their arguments and conclusions and to integrate editorial comments. The final volume of the publication also includes articles produced by the peer reviewers summarizing the selection and review process and providing an overview of the main thematic considerations, identifying gaps, challenges, and opportunities. This session highlights the main observations and recommendations for future research in the field of Indigenous languages. In this webinar today, we will talk about the importance and findings in science and technology, in national politics and diplomacy, in education, concept of gender equality, sustainable development, and Indigenous people's rights. The incontrovertible fact is that most Indigenous peoples have an oral culture and traditions that highlight the urgent need for documentation, description, and revitalization efforts. And so to launch the collection of research papers today, this webinar was put together, and I would like to start, to conclude my remarks today, welcoming you again to the presentation of these fantastic papers and expressing my enormous gratitude and enormous congratulations to the researchers that contribute to this effort. So thank you very much. And, let's start hearing about these incredibly good papers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Are we ready to start?
Yes.
Okay, right. Distinguished guests, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this online event where we present a selection of papers on the state of the art in research into Indigenous languages, which our editorial team has been preparing for over 2 years. My name is Christopher Mosley, and I'm standing in for the moderator of our first session, Biban Sami Chumbo, who is unwell at the moment and sends his apologies. So I'm standing in for him. And if we're ready to start, I'd like to introduce our first speaker for the day, our first paper for today. This is one of a series of 9 papers we're dealing with this morning on the subject of linguistic diversity and development. The volume that we're launching today is divided into several areas of study. And linguistic diversity and development is the first one. And we have a selection from all over the world of 9 papers. So if Jacqueline Cook and her 3 collaborators from Australia are ready to start, our first paper is called Australia's Language Lament, A Cry for Help. Oh, no, actually, we have a change of program. We're moving across the water to New Zealand. Anna Maria Benton is ready to present her paper, and that's called Shifting the Landscape for Indigenous Immersion and Bilingual Schools, a community-based educational program. Okay, I'm handing over to Dr. Anna Maria Benton, University of Auckland.
Hello, kia ora. My name is Anna Maria Benton, and I'm quite honored to be here sharing this particular research. So I am sending this Nameshtah Palowa Lintonal, sending this Nawat greeting from Aotearoa, New Zealand, the land of Maori people, and honoring my connection to the indigenous community in the Sierra de Puebla, Mexico. Can we go to the next one? Okay, so this will be a brief introduction of the presentation that I'm going to make. So I'm just going to show you very briefly, I'm going to talk about the context and the indigenous school. I'm going to talk about the Sepa Kalimashtiloyan, which is the school of all in Nahuatl, and its work for language and cultural vitalization. I'm going to talk about the study and the 3 key concepts that I use for it, and the trialogic interaction that they have. And I'm also going to mention some conclusions and implications. This is the place of the indigenous community, and this is the place where Nahuatl is most spoken in Mexico. And this is a particular variety that doesn't have the TL combination. So a little bit farther away from here, you have the cooperative compound. Can we go to the next one? Okay, so you can see in this particular place, you can see Tosepan Kalemashtiloyan. This is a small school that is trying to fight the diglossic situation of the Nahuatl language in the region, where intergenerational transmission has decreased quite markedly from a long time. And the idea of this school is to create a space where they can form the new leaders of the organization. So this is an indigenous school from a farming community and an indigenous cooperative. Can we go to the next one? So the school begins with an immersion program, which is Nahuatl Indigenous School, Nahuatl Medium. And then you go to the primary school, which is organized in multi-grades, and then you have a bilingual school. And the idea is to integrate language and culture into this very prestigious domain, which is education. And we'll go to the next one. So they also have, when they go to secondary school, the beginning of secondary school, they stop being bilingual and they have Nahuatl as a subject. And the idea is from here, students will go to other high schools in order to continue their studies. And of course, they use an arts program that has a lot to do with culture and language revitalization. And the school is not just the school is connected and it goes beyond to the community. And it honors the indigenous aspect of the community by having integrated an agricultural aspect to each of the programs of the school. So the students work the land, but they also learn about their stories, they learn about the region, they learn about their language, and they learn about their struggles as well. So as you can see in these particular messages. Can we go to the next one? So when I started, I was very interested in looking at the language practices and the language used within the school and how this was trying to support the language revitalization. So what I use is I use the language planning onion that Vicente and Homburger and then Homburger and Johnson proposed, but I added a historical dimension because in this particular space, that was very, very important in order to understand the language planning in the region. And then we start from here, and then we can see the different layers and the different agents in the different layers of the effort of the students of the Indigenous cooperative. And the idea is that they try to surpass all these different challenges that they have, and they arrive finally to the school and to the teacher, who in this particular role, she is the one or he is the one who implements or resists language policies that may discriminate the students or that may disadvantage the Indigenous language. So it's very important to go from the community, from the international, national, then the community, to the school, and then the teachers' roles. The teachers are the ones who implement and create this space. But when I started doing this, I realized that it was just one part of the whole effort of the school. Can we go to the next one? So this one became the linguistic element, right? So that was just the language planning and the language planning P-colonial that had the historical dimension. But I had to add two other elements, and I use a sociolinguistic framework proposed by Enrique Rainer Hamel. And then I use a cultural element, and I included Yecnemilis, which is a Nahuatl concept that refers to buen vivir, and also the discourse element, which had to do with the representations of Indigenous identity in the place. And for those particular aspects, I use different methodological approaches that could enrich the view. So for them, I use also Indigenous knowledge and decolonialism, and then I also use the linguistic landscape. And that provided an idea of how the school was connected to the wider community and how the effort of the community had was productive in the school. But the school was not an island. It was connected totally with the community, and it was connected with the community beyond the region as well, because this particular school and this particular Indigenous cooperative has established connections and learning webs and international networking with other Indigenous communities, with academics, with universities, and with different spaces where they work with fair trade. So they have been very useful, very productive at doing this. So I'm just going to show you some examples of the language planning that they have been doing in the region for a long time. So you have, for example, a dictionary with the particular Masehualtactol, the Nahuatl, the language that they speak. And then they also have bilingual books that they recover stories from the people in the region, and they have bilingual schools that they publish and they sell in the place, and which they also use in the school. And then they have also created a particular dictionary that is digital and that has been created by a committee of elders and specialists in the language who are Indigenous and that come from different places that have worked for many years in this particular project. And then can we go to the next one? So then, of course, all of this work goes into the school, and then you have Nahuatl classes, and then you have the use of the Mayan numbers, and then you have the use of the different verbs and the same in the same way in which Spanish is created, and also in translations of popular songs and then popular poems and popular stories. And all of this is work with the community and also with the teachers in the school and with the cooperative. Can we go to the next one? So in terms of the Yecnemilis, which is the Nahuatl concept of vida buena, or that can be compared to buen vivir in South America. So you can see how the school integrates the aspect of farming in order to give it a different status and to create a space for them to connect with their Indigenous identity and to try to also improve their relationship with the wider community. And can we go to the next one? So these are also some other examples of the connections that they have created. So the first part is an example of the Masehual taxonomy that they have kind of documented in the region. and also some of the connections that they have with, for example, one of university in India that has to do with a program that Gandhi created that is against violence. And then also some of the programs that were directed by a Canadian researcher, Pierre Bocage, who was very connected to the community and that worked with the students within the school in order to make them researchers of the indigenous culture. So they did different projects talking about plants, talking about animals, talking about the stories about the place. Go to the next one. And then, of course, all of these also is enriched by the representations of indigenous identity that you have in the region. And the indigenous identity is represented by them, not by the state, not by the government, not by the dominant culture. And they have created these particular symbols, and they have them around not only the school, but the cooperative and the community. And it has to do not only with the things that you can see in the landscape on the different buildings and their representations, but also in the way they see themselves and in the way they participate in the activities of the community. So, and also in how they acknowledge themselves as regular students. And then also this is another example of the representation of indigenous identity that is prominent in the cooperative and that is quite familiar to the students. And the students see themselves and their families there being honored by all of this. We go to the next one. And the idea is that these particular elements, these three elements, so the language planning, the cultural element and the discourse element, create a space where the students can connect with their indigenous identity and can reframe the indigenous identity in a more positive way. And the idea is each of these elements is not more important than the other, but they affect and interact each other all the time. And they enrich the work of the school, but the school is also enriched by the community and by the region and by their connection to the rest of the world. Can we go to the next one? So this is just an invitation for you to consider and know a little bit more about this educational effort from this incredible indigenous cooperative, these students, and Tosepan Kanlemashtiloyen. And thank you very much for your attention. Nameshta Sakamatilia, Kia ora, gracias, thank you.
Thank you, Ana Maria. That was a wonderful presentation. And thank you for stepping in as the first speaker. I'd like to now call on the third speaker. We may come back to our first speaker later, but we're going now to Hafisha TB and Vishnu Prasad from India, and their paper is entitled The Language Factor and the Impact of the Project Gotrabandhu, a case study of Tirunelli village. Thank you. Ready to start. Okay.
Can anyone see my screen? I find it difficult to share.
Please don't try to share a screen. If you could send it to the email that we put in the chat, and we will send it as your connection is quite low.
Okay, cool. Okay, sorry for the delay. So myself, Hafisha, I'm a recent graduate from University of Sussex, and I'm now working in my charity organization which support people with mental health issues. So our papers basically on the tribes and the alternative education system. So I'm so sorry I can't share my screen right now. So our paper titled The Language Factor and the Impact of the Project Gotra Bandhu, a case study from Tirunelli village, India. So actually this research study is an attempt to find out the importance of the alternative education, especially on the behalf of the project Gotra Bandhu and the role of language in connection with the dropouts among the tribal students back in Kerala in India. So according to a recent survey done by the government of India, there were around 11,000 Adivasi children, tribal students, dropouts from Kerala due to the language barrier. And our study found there are other elements apart from the language, which needs to be considered while talking about the dropout issues. And so our study is carried out using direct interview method in Tirunelli village, which lies in the border of the southern state of Kerala and Karnataka in India, and which is a tribal dominated village. So we are particularly talking about the government project, which Gotra Bandhu. So it actually, the term derives from a tribal language, which means someone close to tribes. So the Kerala government launched the Gotra Bandhu project in June 2017 to curb the dropout issues that has been predominant in the tribal areas of Wayanad. So the project has been implemented in 241 schools in Wayanad, with members from Adia, Paniya, Katunaika, and Urali tribes, actually, which are the 4 kind of tribes in Wayanad. So according to the project, the mentors or the teachers should assist the tribal students in lower primary schools with their own language, actually in mother tongue, their own mother tongue in indigenous languages. And our study was conducted across 8 schools in that village, which includes 1 alternative schools and 7 other government-run schools. So I would like to give a short introduction about the tribes and their language. So this particular region, which is situated in the southern part of India, it's called Kerala, the state name, and the village is called Tirunelli. So as per the census done by the government of India, the total population of that village is 12,000, and more than 60% is constituted by tribes. So there are 5 major tribe groups, which are Adia, Paniya, Katunaika, Urali Kurma, and Kurchia. So these are the tribal groups who stays there. And the most important factor is that each tribe has their own language, different language, and which are absolutely different. And the one tribes can't understand the language of the other tribe. And I would also like to give an introduction about the language and education of Tirunelli village. So what our study found was the major 3 reasons for the dropouts among tribes were language barrier, content barrier, and socio-economic conditions. So education failure of the linguistic minorities directly related to the conflict between the language of instruction and the home language, so their language and of course the state or the dominant language. So Tirunelli offers a similar scenario where the medium of instruction remains a state language, Malayalam, it's called as Malayalam, and the children of Adivasi groups with their own language find themselves stigmatized among other students and often end up alienated due to the lack of their linguistic capability in the state language, which makes them less confident about their culture, language, and also often result in the dropouts issues because they are not confident enough to speak their own language among the other students. So the dissonance created when interacting with the curriculum that not at all reflecting their culture and also contradicts the culture and lifestyle of tribes often results in stress, confidence issues, and tension among the tribal students. So one of the cases, while we conducting our studies, a parent of a tribal student pointed out that, like when they go out for picnic or anything, so when they meet their non-tribal friends, so the tribal students find it difficult or they feel shame when their parents interact in their own mother tongue, because they are afraid if they get, um, uh, because they don't have confidence about their language and they feel inferior to the people belong to the other community. And
Excuse
as
me,
per the
Hadisha.
Sorry.
Your time is up. I'm afraid we have to move on to the next speaker.
Okay.
Can you just give a final sentence and then we'll have to stop.
Okay. Okay, sure. So according to the project, the government role is at least the teachers know about their language and they should be from the tribal background. But our study found that like none of them from the tribal background and none of them know their language. So the whole purpose of the project is like doesn't have any impact. And we found alternative schools in the same place which offers education in the language of tribes. It impacts, it reflects tribal culture and lifestyle. So but they are not running properly, and the state always trying to force the tribal students to learn in state language, and they are like giving an impression that making them inferior, making them less confidence to speaking their own language. And so that often results in dropout issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your talk. We have to stick to time pretty strictly here. You understand? We have so many papers today. I'm now going back to a paper from Papua New Guinea. I believe Claudio da Silva is ready to speak to us on a paper created with Craig Allen Volker. The subject is Integrating Local Traditional Wisdom into School, an example from Papua New Guinea.
Okay, good morning. My name is Claudio. It's okay. It's okay to speak now. Okay, sorry. So my name is Claudio. I'm a PhD candidate at University of Porto, Portugal. And this presentation describes a community-based project developed with the Nalik people, an indigenous group from Papua New Guinea. Could you put the next, please? So Papua New Guinea has about 800 languages, but despite this cultural diversity, the school system is monolingual, using only English, resulting in the neglect of the traditional knowledge expressed by the local indigenous languages. The next, please. Our study was developed in the province of New Ireland. This province has 24 different languages, and the Nalik group is located in the northern part of the main island. The next, please. Nalik culture is based on what they call a humu, and that could be translated to ancestors knowledge, or matrilineal clan society. And these three aspects of the Nalik culture determines the degree how a person is considered relevant in the local society. Like many indigenous groups in Papua New Guinea, Nalik languages disappearing fast, but specialized terminology are still important to perform a humu, like land acquisition and customary practices. This study tries to demonstrate how specialized knowledge, like traditional terminology, could be included through a multidisciplinary project in the school environment. The next, please. In the Nalik area, as in many parts of Papua New Guinea, the community uses three languages: English, the Creole language talk Pising, and then their local vernacular language. English in the Naleki area is poorly learned at school. Tokpisi, the Creole language, is everywhere, is spoken everywhere, but it has no place at school. And the Naleki, besides being needed to perform a rumo, it's rarely learned well at home and also not at school. Next, please. So the objectives of this study was to document the local culture, especially their traditional narratives about birds, writing a collective book with the community, and develop strategies for possible integration of the traditional Naleki material and non-material culture into the school curriculum of the school that we work with. And the theme of the project was centered in birds because birds has great importance in local traditional ceremonies in this group, indigenous group. The participants of this project were people from 2 villages and students from a local school. And we used the action research methodology working in cooperation with the community. Next, please. During the research process, the information about Naleki culture that emerged from participatory and the reflexive dialogue with the community leaders were then used in a workshop with the students. And in this workshop, the narratives and drawings were built by the students, allowing the documentation of the local culture. Later on, the works produced by the students were analyzed by the members of the community who validated these records. And then the material were edited in a book, printed and distributed to the school and the community. The next, please. So during the workshop, the students were assisted by the researchers and by community leaders, helping with English and Naleki writing and information of traditional terminologies. The next, please. And the book developed by the students were called Amani, Birds and Naleki Culture, where Amani means a bird in Nalek. And during the process, the community realized that there are many gaps in the children's knowledge about their local language, and that Naleki should be explicitly taught and not only observed. Some clans leader also commented that the project demonstrated that it is possible and very positive, the integration of the school and the local knowledge. And the project helped the students to understand better several specialized Naleki terminologies. And an evaluation conducted with the students also showed that they enjoyed a lot learning more details about their own culture. Next, please. As for the conclusions, we have that the action research applied in this project was fundamental in establishing a climate of trust with the Naleki community. Next, please. And the students today feel distant from elements of the Naleki culture and therefore do not value the traditional knowledge. And the book ended up becoming a compilation of several aspects of Naleki culture, documented and described by listening to the voices of the students and the community. This study could be an example of a model of participatory research in an education environment, in a dialogue that values the recognition of traditional knowledge and language as part of a modern integrated identity. And we also think that the methodology could be replicated, especially in the northern part of New Ireland province, where the cultures are similar, and in other contexts, if you observe and allow the community to express their voices. The next, please. So this was my presentation. I would like to say Kadoho Mase, that's thank you very much in Nalek. So thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you very much, Claudio. That was a lovely speech. Now, I want to ask if Robert Early is here to present his paper. Is Robert Early here? Can you indicate yourself? I think he's having trouble connecting to us. Yeah, please excuse us, ladies and gentlemen, if we have to alter the program slightly. In that case, since we don't know if Robert can take part, we're going over to Taruna Sebastian in a paper co-written with Angela Giovanangeli, Rethinking the Reawakening of Indigenous Languages in Australia, the case study of Darug, Sydney's sleeping language, a story from my hometown. Carry on.
Oh, hi, thank you, Christopher. I'm Taruna Sebastian. I'm a Pitjantjatjara Majara woman. And before I begin, I would like to acknowledge and pay respects to the traditional custodians of Gadigal country, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, elders past and present, and their language. Darug is the language of the Eora Nation. Currently, Gadigal country is my home. Also, I would like to acknowledge and pay my respects to all the Indigenous people here this morning. It is a privilege for me to be here with the global Indigenous community. Today, my paper is about rethinking and reawakening of Indigenous languages in Australia, case study of Darug, Sydney's sleeping language. In 1788, pre-contact Australia had 250 distinct languages that could be subdivided into 600 dialects. Clearly, Indigenous Australia was composed of multicultural and multilingual societies. British colonisation actually has led to the cultural dispossession of many Aboriginal communities. Aboriginal people were prohibited from speaking Aboriginal languages, hence languages became endangered. Widespread massacres introduced diseases, forced relations and separations of families, devastating for language communities. The English language, on the other hand, expanded its dominance, becoming virtually universal in public spaces and institutions. And if you can look at the map, that's the first one on my left is the Indigenous languages map. And the one on the right is the colonized map, which promoted monolingualism. Only 13 traditional Indigenous languages are still spoken by children throughout Australia. Younger generations need encouragement to keep speaking their language and to start speaking their heritage languages in the schools. Each language connects people to a particular country because it is the language of creative beings or dreamings who brought the landscape into formation and established ceremonies. Language is central to Aboriginal identity, belonging, and custodianship of land. The struggle for land rights involves a parallel struggle over Aboriginal language. Slide 3, please. This is the language map of New South Wales. Darug, which you can see over here, is the name for the language of the Sydney region. Efforts to revive, the next slide, please. Efforts to revive Indigenous languages have been included through linguistic descriptions, recordings, and archival material. However, there had been limited study of the relationship between pedagogy and the politics of knowledge relevant to the revival of an Indigenous language. Whether we like it or not, differential power relations between individuals and nations intrude into the very heart of teaching and evaluation of Indigenous language, curriculum, and knowledge. In 2017, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders Day Observance Committee, which is commonly known as NAIDOC, celebration theme was Our Languages Matter. Next slide, please. As part of the 2017 NAIDOC celebrations, a secondary school in Sydney's inner west employed an Indigenous Darug language teacher to facilitate a workshop. Darug being the language of the traditional Indigenous custodians of the site of the secondary school, and also one of the first sites of contact and forced dispossession and removal of Aboriginal people. This workshop was the focus of a case study of a pedagogy being employed in the revival of sleeping language. The teacher delivered the workshop using oral stories, songlines, kinship, and dreamings. The teacher introduced familiar and unfamiliar Darug words. The teacher also spoke about the impact of colonization on Indigenous peoples and languages. The workshop was delivered to 2 separate class groups. There were no speakers from the Darug language group present at the workshop other than the teacher. The first workshop was delivered to a group of 15 Indigenous students. Indigenous students indicated to their teacher that they had no intention of studying Darug language as it was part of their heritage or or it wasn't part of the Indigenous community language either. We are from Wiradjuri country and we would rather learn our Wiradjuri language, was one of the typical responses made by many of the students in this Darug language workshop. The second class group was comprised of 30 non-Indigenous students. The teacher spoke about the hidden histories of colonization and its impact on the language, and the need for the language to be revived, history which is omitted from school curriculum. The high school students, including non-Indigenous school teachers, made formal complaints indicating that they were not responsible for the loss of Darug language and were not to be blamed for the impact of colonization on Indigenous languages, finding the learning context irrelevant. Next slide, please. The diverse reactions of their students indicated that matching programs to situations is important because not all approaches will work in all situations of language revival. Often Indigenous language classes are set up in much the same way as non-Indigenous classes. This case study reveals that situation of setting up a communicative approach is difficult in the revival of Indigenous languages, particularly as the teachers are still discovering knowledge for themselves. Indigenous language revival pedagogy should also include an understanding of the symbolic power of language diversity afforded by the classroom context. The case study demonstrated that Indigenous students had difficulty engaging with the symbolic power of the Darug language in shaping their political identity and the country in which the students lived and studied. Subsequently, the knowledge and pedagogy developed in language revival needs to introduce an understanding of the symbolic value of language. The pedagogy needs to make clear the role of an Indigenous language in relation to country and identity as an important material artifact in the liberation struggle for Aboriginal people and as a tool of decolonization. In conclusion, this case study suggests that pedagogy of language revival needs to address the political underpinnings of knowledge formation in teachers' professional development and pedagogy and curriculum. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. Palia.
Thank you very much. That is extremely interesting. Right, and now we move on to Liliana Olo, who's talking on the subject of translation. Liliana is speaking from Kenya. Translation for Indigenous Language Revitalization, the Hope a Devolved System of Government presents. Thank you, Liliana.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Liliana Olo. I'm speaking from Kenya. I'm extremely honored to be here to share my thoughts about how we can revitalize languages in Kenya. So I'm a PhD student at Africa International University. Can you move on, please? Yeah, so just to give a little background, Kenya has a lot of languages. UNESCO puts it at 67 indigenous languages and dialects. And the same UNESCO report says that we have lost around 15 of those indigenous languages. They have become extinct over time, and some are extremely endangered to become extinct. So the main reason for this, in my paper, I outlined some of those languages that have become extinct, like Sogo, like El Moro, like Kore, and the rest of that. Suba is one of those surviving languages, but it is listed as extremely endangered because the speakers are being integrated into another language that is domineering, which is Luo language. Next slide, please. Yeah, so among the reasons why we have language extinction, especially in my country, the key one is the language policies. You notice that, well, out of those 67 indigenous languages, we have, besides those 67 indigenous languages, we have English and Kiswahili, which are both official languages, and Kiswahili is a national language. But the indigenous languages have no place in our language policies. So because in education and in government and in business, English is given so much prominence over these languages. And then there's also this issue of negative attitudes towards indigenous languages by the speakers of those languages, because it's a globalized world and everyone thinks that it's better just maybe teach your children a language they can communicate with other members of the society, because we live in a cosmopolitan world. And so what's the point of teaching your children your indigenous languages? Then I talk about popular culture, where people are forgetting about their cultures and copying cultures from elsewhere, especially the Western culture. And you see, language and culture, they're intertwined. I mean, when you lose a culture, you lose the language. When you lose a language, you lose the culture. So, and then there's also the aspect of domineering local languages, where there are some languages that have more speakers. So other languages kind of, just disappear because their speakers become assimilated into other languages. Next slide, please. And so Kenya, the government has realized this and has taken steps to at least try and reverse this trend of language extinction, and just also encourage people to appreciate and love their languages and cultures. So among those measures that have been taken, we are now having an overhaul of our education system, and we're introducing a system called a curriculum called competency-based curriculum. This curriculum sets out to promote indigenous languages and cultures to ensure that these languages are passed down to successive generations. Next slide. So with the CBC, learners are supposed to, learn are taught in the language of the catchment area so that they understand concepts better. I mean, for an eternity, we've taught children the alphabet using, English concepts. X is for xylophone. Many of those children don't relate, have never even seen a xylophone. I am here. I've seen a xylophone only on pictures. So we are taught with things we don't relate with. And so the CBC program is supposed to cure that. But unfortunately, much as it is it is stipulated that the first 2 years of pre-primary school, the medium of instruction should be in the language of the catchment area, which of course is an indigenous language. That has not happened. It is still on paper. So this paper, is just like a call out to stakeholders and policymakers that we need to implement this. Can we move to the next slide, please? So other than the curriculum the competency-based curriculum, other measures that we have taken are with the devolved government, where now power was decentralized and services are brought closer to the people in their counties. And geographically, the way our counties are divided, it's people of similar ethnic backgrounds that find themselves in like one county. So it's people who have shared cultures, shared languages that find themselves within the boundaries of a same county. So a devolved government gives us the opportunity to share our cultures, to participate in cultural activities. And since the devolved governments came in place, that was in 2020, from 2013, we have seen county governments organizing cultural events. And those are beautiful things because they remind people of their cultures. People can express themselves in their languages and stuff like that. Can we move on to the next slide? So the basis of my paper was please move on again. Yeah, so the basis of my paper was just to highlight how translation now can be used as a tool together with the competency-based curriculum and the devolved governments, and so how we can use translation to revitalize these languages and to ensure that these languages don't disappear anymore. Because we know very well that when a language is written, it outlives its speakers, and the culture is kept and preserved and all that. Because I can bet, I dare say that all languages that had, for example, Bible translation is what made most of our languages have, the written form. So all languages that are written are preserved. They are not at risk of extinction. So when we have the curriculum and we write down our folklores, our cultural practices, and and translate them into the various indigenous languages that we have, then I think we will be making huge strides into preserving our cultures. With the devolved government, there are so many documents. We have legal documents, business documents, all those government documents. When they're translated into the indigenous languages for everyone else to understand what the government is doing, then it's a really huge step, not only in making people get the services and participate better in government issues. It's big in that it preserves those languages and enriches those languages, because you can move to the next slide, please, because languages have, translation has a way of enriching languages, because our languages, for example, our indigenous languages don't have legal terms, scientific terms, and stuff like that. So when we're doing translation, we will create those terms in those mother tongues, and it's a big translation challenge when you have to translate some of these scientific terms into the indigenous languages. So this is a big opportunity, and translators will play a big role in preserving these languages, because once a language is written, it will outlive its speakers. You can move to the next slide, please. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm stating there, that through translation, a language will outlive its speakers, it will remain active, and the culture is preserved, because the written literature will exist hopefully forever. Next slide, please. Yes, so essentially that was my paper, just laying out the language situation in Kenya, and how policies have prevented, language policies have prevented that intergenerational transmission of languages. And then I talk about the steps we can take to reverse this trend, and also just to implore the policymakers and the stakeholders to implement some of these things, like in our constitution and in the competency-based curriculum. There are those aspects that would help in preserving these languages, but unfortunately, they're not being fully implemented. So that was my paper. I thank you so much for listening to me. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liliana. That was fascinating. I'm now going to move on to our last paper for this session, I believe. One or two of the authors can't be present with us, so we're missing out on a couple. But I'd like to introduce now a paper given in French by Elatiana Razafimandi Dimbimanana, which is called We n'aurait un, Action formatives et artistiques pour les langues.
Formative and artistic languages for indigenous linguistics in New Caledonia.
My colleague Anne-Laure, who is actually now in New Caledonia, so she'll start the presentation.
Right. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour ou bonsoir. Je m'appelle Anne-Laure Dott.
My name is Anne-Laure Dott, and it is with a great deal of respect and humility that I speak to you tonight to show the work, to present the work with my colleagues from the University of New Caledonia. I'm going to start this communication presenting shortly the context of our work in French, and then I'll give the floor to my colleague, who is going to carry on in English, talking about what is at stake and the recommendations we tend to recommend in our article. Tonight I'm going to talk, I'm talking to you from Nouméa, which is in the heart of the Pacific Basin. It is one of the most remarkable hotspots for linguistic diversity in the world today. Oceania is characterized by its huge biological diversity, but also by its cultural diversity, the very many languages for very few people proportionally to the world population, and also for its great diversity in how to evaluate and value the languages through policies or other decisions. There are, in fact, in the Pacific, there are as many languages as there are islands. So the following, I would say that what is common is the colonial heritage, because if the narratives and if the stories and history are different according to the context, but it generates different different relationships. In New Caledonia, you can see prospective attitudes and hegemonia of unique standards when it comes to languages, and especially with the students of the university, this situation is at the origin of a very powerful feeling of linguistic insecurity, both written and spoken, of their traditional languages, but also of the French, which is the main language. In New Caledonia, today, there are about 30 indigenous languages, the Kanak languages, and they all come from a bigger family in the area. And local languages are very diversified, and UNESCO says that there are 18 Kanak languages which are endangered, which means 2/3 of them at various levels of risk. But on site, it is possible to question such an evaluation and consider that in spite of a certain amount of favorable measures, all the Kanak languages are threatened, more or less in the long run. Now I'm going to give the floor to my colleague who will carry next.
So we wanted to have a little pause here and question ourselves, why should we care about languages and indigenous heritage? After all, languages have long been defined as something objectively external to us. That is, language seen and defined as a system made of science. If we take a socially sensitive perspective, languages will be redefined, and this is really our standpoint here, will be redefined as people. So saving languages is literally saving people. And we know that there is a link, a very close link that we've also shown with our research lab, a very close link between social diversity and biodiversity, equally with linguistic diversity. Saving languages is also a way of saving different ways of thinking. And this gives us different reasons why we should care. What we found on the field is that the loss of linguistic diversity affects, impacts family narratives and the perception of individual resources who tend to become invisible when we don't encourage and promote linguistic diversity. Another observation is self-shame spirals that we've seen with our students and also within their families. The last one, which is common to all the stories that we've heard today, is the importance of historical trauma theory that can be also a way to understand why we should care so much about languages and in particular indigenous languages. Could we go to the next slide, please? So the key findings here, just to sum up quickly, first of all, the importance of different perspectives, including plurilingual ways of thinking and interculturality, whether in teaching, no matter the level of teaching, and also teacher trainings, because they're the ones who on an everyday basis will have to deal with how everyone reacts and enacts languages. We also thought it very crucial to link arts and sciences because this is a way of valuing linguistic diversity. Bridging arts and sciences is also important because both of these different ways of thinking have something in common. We consider that it is vital for social diversity to be able to bridge arts and sciences. Both of them ensure critical thinking, both of them offer alternatives to dominant and mainstream ways of living. And it is also for us a way to avoid the reenactment of historical trauma. The other findings that we found is also the importance of raising awareness and using indigenous languages through media and through technology, not just for the sake of being modern or for appearing modern, but for the sake of languages, because these practices, whether technology or digital, are in the use of everyday practices. So it was very important for us to highlight this. The last key finding is building knowledge from minority viewpoints. And this is will be our conclusion. The way we came to these findings was not, thinking together in our labs. We really worked with our students and other social actors and artists. And this was really almost a political stand to say that building scientific knowledge with social actors and artists is a way of decolonizing scientific research on linguistic diversity. Thank you very much. Oleti.
Merci.
Well, thank you very much for a lovely collaboration there on the languages of New Caledonia. So that concludes our introduction of the speakers. Let me just summarize some of the adventures we've had in multilingualism in the last hour. While I'm summarizing, if anybody wants to try and use the chat to raise any questions, they're welcome. I don't know if the chat is working at the moment, but question and answer is anyway. Yeah, so we've talked about languages and their struggle for survival in indigenous communities in multilingual states. That's what all the papers that we've heard this morning have had in common. They've all dealt with multilingual states, of course. We're talking about diversity here. And languages have to struggle to make themselves heard, make their voices heard. And they have to therefore gain some stability through public policy in the countries where they are spoken. And we saw in our first paper, we saw the use of a language in a particular school in a particular local community in Mexico. And so we have looked at linguistic diversity from both the bottom up and the top down, because we also heard about national policies. We heard about local traditional wisdom being applied in multilingual education in a very multilingual country. Of course, that the uniqueness of a language's heritage has to be promoted through the schools, of course. Not only indigenous language, but also indigenous culture must be inculcated in the school system from a very early age, so as to preserve the self-image of the speakers, among other things. In the extreme case of Southeastern Australia, we saw a language that is sleeping. In other words, it is not currently in use by native speakers, but it does have the potential to be revived, and and efforts are being made to revive it and enhance its credibility in the larger community. On the other hand, we heard about translation policies in a multilingual state, such as Kenya, where a national policy is being or can be enacted. I suppose the ideal of the national policy and the reality of the national policy are slightly different, but we have clear examples there of a major international language being used as the national means of communication, regional languages which are more powerful than the local languages, and the local languages also struggling to survive against the odds, but their chances of survival are that much greater if national policies in education and the media can be established. And Kenya is a good example of a country where there is still good scope for transformation. Then most recently, we heard about the situation in New Caledonia from our two speakers in the last paper, presenting about multilingual language policy in a state which has a tradition of using a colonial language as a means of mass communication, namely French, but with such a great variety of languages that and such great variety of languages and such concentration on the local community that languages simply must be given a chance to survive and be incorporated into the education system, as you just heard about New Caledonia. There are some questions in the question and answer. Right, let me read a message from Matiur Rahman from Assam in India. He writes, I am from Assam, an Indian state in northeast region. In Assam, different indigenous languages are in danger. The government have not any plan or proper policy for the preservation and development of the indigenous languages. Languages endangered means the culture. Rituals are also in danger. If we can't preserve our indigenous languages, then we lose everything, including the special identity. In Assam, indigenous languages have been gradually abolished by the government itself. In Assam, Assamese language is the common language between the different indigenous communities. The Assamese language is in danger itself, and that's the state language. Well, thank you very much, Matiur Rahman, for that long question, which is really a call for help. And I don't think it's something that we can answer immediately now before we move on to the next session. And there is a brief question about New Caledonia, indigenous languages. An anonymous attendee says that they have a friend who's working on the languages of origin. What would be the original languages in New Caledonia? Well, that's something that we can't enter into right now either, but more food for thought. May I now conclude this session and thank you all for listening, and thank you very much to all the speakers for their very varied and interesting presentations. And I'd like to hand the floor now for the second session. If Lahusin Amuzay is ready,
Yes.
I'll hand the floor over to him.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your moderation for this session, this fourth session. I think it's very important for us for today of launch of this research paper, which is organized by UNESCO, and this time I'd like to thank very much UNESCO for this opportunity. So in this session we're gonna to deal with the thematic session number 2, and it's gonna to be about human rights and humanitarian affairs. Donc c'est les droits de l'homme et les affaires humanitaires. So in the first we're gonna to have, if you like, 10 research paper, which is gonna to be presented by the researcher, and then you're gonna to, if you have enough time to have a kind of discussion about this thematic, which is very important in terms of indigenous languages related to human rights and humanitarian affairs. If you like, we got to first give the floor for the first speaker, which coming from South Africa, and his presentation is going to be about indigenous languages, African languages, African language media and development. So if Mr. Abodium Salao is with us, I give you the floor very quickly. So Abodium Salao, if you are connected with us, you are with us in the floor. Otherwise, if he is not with us, maybe we're gonna to move to the next speaker. The next speaker in this session about human rights and indigenous languages. is coming from the Philippines. His name is Marvan Maximo Abero. And his communication is going to be about the culture and tradition of certain Atlas, a Philippine Negrito. I think is with us. I give you the floor. So you cannot present your presentation in 7 minutes. Thank you so much. It's okay. So
Mr. Abro, your headset doesn't work.
that's good. Go. You.
I'm sorry, Mr. Abro, it doesn't work. You have to click on the little arrow next to the microphones icon, and there you can select the right microphone.
Do you hear me now? Hello? Do you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah.
And Mr. Mose, please mute yourself when another one is speaking. Thank you very much.
The video, is it okay?
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. The title of my presentation is The Culture and Tradition of Southern Alta, a Philippine Negrito Language. And I am Marvin M. Abreu. Let me start, next slide please. Let me start by sharing you the outline of my presentation. I will start with the background and research paradigm. Then it is divided into semantic categories. So they are traditional costumes and body ornaments, food and cooking, oral literature and oral histories, traditional games, ethnomedicinal knowledge, tapping art and customary practices, hunting and fishing equipment and practices, forms, symbols, and expressions, traditional houses, worldview, and I will end with a conclusion and the list of references. Next slide, please. So the Negritos um, are the first inhabitants of the Philippines. They came here about 30,000 years ago before the first Austronesian migrants sailed to the Philippines at about 5,000 years ago. They are hunter-gatherer society. Hunter-gatherers, it is a type of subsistence lifestyle that relies on hunting and fishing animals for wild vegetation and other nutrients like honey for food. However, sometimes they plant root crops like taro and other types of yam. There are more than 30 endangered Philippine Negrito languages in different islands in the Philippines. One of them is Southern Alta or Caboloan. The people live in the massif of Sierra Madre Mountains, crossing the provinces of Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, and Aurora. Dumagat or Dumaget is the autonym of the people living in the area. They are autochthonous, and other Dumaget languages that are present in the area, they are called Bulos or Umiray Dumaget, Edimala or Northern Alta, and Remontado Dumagat. Next slide, please. The lexical items are divided into semantic categories. They are traditional costumes and body ornaments, food and cooking, oral literature and history, sayings, visual art, traditional games, ethnomedicinal knowledge, tapping art, hunting equipment and practices, communication symbols and expressions, and worldview. So below, you can see a map. It shows the three provinces. Below is Bulacan, then at the mid part is Nueva Ecija, and the upper part is Aurora. And you will see the yellow marks. Um, they are the locations of the Southern Alta people or Southern Alta community. Next slide, please. So let's start with the first one, traditional costumes and accessories. Okay, so their outfit is called age. For males covering, they call it yunat, and for female, they call it tapis. So there's no exact equivalent in English. The the cultural the customary names have no equivalent in English, so I have to describe them or give a translation near to English language. So from Amugu or Kudlasan, Ayumaan, Beyakos or Bidyang, Biskal, Kailong, Luwing, Lemong, Kalatay, Sakbet, and Sulob and Bangkuan, they are all description of their outfit. Next slide, please. So for food, there are different kinds of yam and taro. We're familiar with coconut and other root crops, but in the forest, there are many undocumented root crops. And most of them are listed here. And however, their special food or specialty is called sapowa or kigesa or pugahan. It is a food made from a sap of a tree. They also eat uh, forest plants, reptiles, snakes and lizards, wild boar, deer, frog, any four-legged animals and winged animals, shellfish, and different kinds of fish. Okay, next slide, please. They have rich oral literature. On the left side, that's the terminology in Kaboloan. So on the right side, that's the translation English. So the stories and adventures of Mogot is a mythical hero, their mythical hero. Then Kutikot and Pagalpal, the monkey and the crocodile. The life of the three good friends and their misfortune, and advice to husbands and wives. The story of two good friends. The story of the fruit and the child and her friends. Uh, Busong refers to the sayings or their version of the golden rule. Next slide, please. They have rich oral histories. The life of the Dumagats in the early times. These are recounts of Southern Alda elders that participated or who participated in World War II as guerrillas or members of the government troops against the Japanese Imperial Army. And the stories of the elders tell how they were driven to the forest to avoid hostility and to escape headhunting practices by non-Negritos in the early days. They also narrated forced displacement and victims of insurgency and other human rights abuses. All in all, the documentation includes local history, migration patterns of the Kamboloan from one place to another, and the place and person names. We call it anomastic, and these are good source for local and ethnic history, migration studies, and historical reconstruction. Next slide, please. They also have traditional games. Bulan-Bulano, for example, it's a game played while the moon is bright. Then Male, it's wrestling. Buya-buyaan, it's mimicking a crocodile snatching a child or a player. And there are also tandus-tandusan, bali-balitaan, and pago. Next slide, please. They also have influence in tapping art and other customary practices. The most common is oman, or in Tagalog, they call it nganga. It's a combination of betel leaves, areca nut, a lime, and tobacco. So, and then other customary practices include sokod, kodong, tukul or pangingilid. It's sharing one's hunt to the community. Then Mangaidu is a customer. It's asking permission to the parents to court their daughter. Dandan, a marriage agreement. Subkal, this is an ancient way of healing by connecting to the healer's consciousness. Consciousness. They recite an unknown language or an unrecorded language. Then pang-iyup, a way to encounter maledictions. And so making smoke or fumigation. Okay, next slide, please. They're also hunting and fishing equipment, bow and arrow, shield, homemade explosives as bait. They also have different kinds of trap, such as fall trap, bisanlong, belawot, bungwan, patde, sinulpan, and utib, and a secret indigenous poison, which I also documented. And there are also traditional houses. There are three actually. Tinupi it consists of one side of the roof, and it's movable to hide the person from the heat of the sun. Salupang consists of two sides, while takyap has two sides and a plank in between. Next slide, please. There are also forms and symbols of communication. They use leaves, branches. Oman. The oman it consists of betel leaves, areca nut, lime, and tobacco. And sometimes stones are means to communicate to one another. These forms and symbols indicate an early arrival, sudden departure, a change of meeting, place, courtship, and many more. Next slide, please. So worldview. So they are egalitarian. They believe that everyone is equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities. There are actually no social hierarchy. Although they have order of kinship, for example, grandparents, laki and gupad, parents, mother and father, children. But it doesn't. It's only a form of respect and responsibility, and not authority. Okay. Their economy is mutual coexistence to other type of societies, for example, farming or land-based economy. They are sometimes called or commonly called commercial foragers because they trade and exchange forest products to goods or commodities that are not present in their community or environment or not present in the forest. So next, another thing is they believe in community ownership. So everything they see around Sierra Madre is owned by the community or the Domaga. Okay, next, please. So in conclusion, in summary, the Southern Alta has rich intangible cultural heritage. The ethno-linguistic community has rich sets of oral literature. Um, they have evidence of Philippine Negrito ethnic history. In a nutshell, the rich data can be used for mother tongue-based multilingual education, which is now being implemented in the Philippines, especially mother tongue multilingual education for hunter-gatherer society. And then cultural, historical, and language and linguistic studies. Next slide, please. So in the last slide, it shows all the references that I use in my presentation, including, of course, my immersion in the ethno-linguistic community. Thank you very much, and good luck to everyone.
Thank you so much for your very rich presentation. As it is explained, explicated in your presentation, there are many things which is very rich that I think that in Philippine indigenous language have a huge instruments in which we can revitalize your mother tongue language or your indigenous language. You speak about literature, history, you speak about games also, and all these mechanisms, if you like, or these with these instruments can you use it to revitalize indigenous language in Philippines. I think at the end you are speaking about indigenous cultural heritage, which is very important to promote, and the promotion of this heritage can be a very important thing that you can do in your area to promote and to revitalize your indigenous language. Maybe I move to the next. Thank you so much again for your presentation.
Thank you
Maybe
very much.
you are welcome. So I move to the next speakers. If you like, donc la présentation qui suit donc porte sur
the next presentation is around language diversity in the northeast of DRC, presented by one of the researchers who worked on that topic. I can see that there's a whole team who worked on this issue. Birgit Riquier, Ese Bankwabendi Kotoba, David Kopa, and more. If one of them is with us today, they can now make their presentations within 7 minutes in order to give us some clarifications about this research, which looks very interesting and that covers the language diversity in the northeast of Democratic Republic of Congo. I will now give the floor to the next speaker. Over to you. Dear colleagues, Dear Indigenous language lovers, today we will talk about language diversity in the northeast of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Around 90 languages in 3 language families, Ubangi, Bantu, and Central Sudanese. 3 languages are in danger. Several may have disappeared, but many languages are threatened by the use of majority languages. We know that most languages have been very little documented, and at least 15 have never been documented. Instead of giving you all the details, we prefer to have the researchers of the university speak themselves. Created on Monday, February the 2nd, 2020, and approved by the rector of the University of Kisangani on May the 31st, the research center named Académie des Lettres, Langues et Civilisations Africaines is a scientific research center of the University of Kisangani, Faculty of Arts and Human Science, Department of African Languages in Democratic Republic of the Congo. Its research is focused on the conservation, promotion, and dissemination of African languages, literature, civilization, aiming for their impact on education, development, and the environment. In addition to African linguistics, literature, and civilization, the Academy also welcomes other scientific areas focusing on African issues such as sociology, philosophy, history, anthropology, law, and anthropology. Thank you. In the northeast of the Democratic Republic of Congo, linguistic diversity is real, and the linguistic situation tells us that the languages are in danger. As a consequence, the problem of accessing data has been our concern. We wanted to get closer to the language reality and collect research data. When performing fieldwork to document the target languages and varieties, Lehanga, Lehangba, Dibali, Leboale, Apagipete, Kango, Benze, Benge, and Liliko, we were forced to define many different difficulties before we could meet informants and speakers of the mentioned languages. As for research results, the data is stored in audio and written formats, and articles are being drafted. Multilingualism and endangered languages management in DRC. The case of Bokala, the Yahuma territory. Bokala is classified in the group Mongo and Kundo Zone C, Code 61. It has been covered by the exclusive national Lingala language and Nangando vernacular language with big expansion, which hampers the intergenerational transmission. The language is currently solely spoken by the generation of grandparents, when it is the children who present the vitality index of indigenous or vernacular languages. Ultimately, we plead for large research projects in language description, documentation, and archiving research to explore the numerous values of oral literature in Africa, vehicled by the language to safeguard it and to safeguard language diversity. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, here are our documentation efforts. Many languages of the DRC, of the northeastern region in particular, are little or undescribed. This is why we have undertaken the description of language belonging to Zone 650, Soko-Kele, in order to improve our knowledge of the mentioned languages before starting a throughout study of the relation between dialects, to mitigate the inclination of linguists to multiply languages, where in fact they concern dialects of one same language. They can share one same value, and the Kele area spoken living in Mboso are considered by informants and dialect speakers as a Kele dialect. The word is at 85% the same as Kele. The grammar is the same, and the verbs as well. Thank you very much. Mokpa is spoken in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Chopo province and Ubundu territory. Its speakers, Wana Mopka, have their origins near the region of the Obiatuku River, situated at some 80 kilometers south of Kisangani. The languages neighboring Mopka are Enya on the north, Como at the east, Como and Lengola in the west, and Lengola in the south, with Metoko a little further. This language has 7 vowels, 21 consonants, and 2 glides. It strongly resembles, both lexically and grammatically, the neighboring languages, especially Enya. In our PhD, we protected and preserved the language Mopga, threatened with extinction for long neglected by researchers, as classifying them in the group 10. Thank you. If you would like to learn more about Northeast DRC languages, you may find information on the Bantu Rivers website, a library of research efforts by Congolese students and researchers. And hopefully in the summer, you can find on the website an interactive map with the languages you can click on to find further information.
C'est bon, donc je vous remercie très chaleureusement pour votre...
So I thank you very warmly for your intervention. So now we heard about diversity of languages which exists in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and all the things which were presented were very rich in as much as they guide us to a certain amount of measures and to save those languages and to make sure that those languages that exist in the Democratic Republic of Congo are preserved, and there are a certain amount of measures which tend to go towards that, but also how it happened in the beginning with the language and literature academy, which also deals with African civilizations, is something which is very, very good, because this is going to take place with various measures. And there are a certain amount of measures which are dedicated to research, so that the languages can be saved and that the researchers can be allowed to work efficiently. Thank you very much for your contributions and for the whole team. I'm sorry, I cannot automatically pronounce your names correctly. It was very interesting indeed, and what the paper you presented us puts into question the preservation of certain the many indigenous African languages, and now the Democratic Republic of Congo still has many indigenous languages. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to the following speaker, and is
Mr. Iforzini Kretios. If he's with us. So his presentation is going to be about indigenous languages and global health system. So excuse me for my pronunciation for your name. Some Iforzini Kretios. That's it?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So I give you the floor in 7 minutes to give your the main idea of your presentation and your research about indigenous language and the global health system behave model. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just be turning my video off during the presentation because I'm experiencing some connectivity problems, and I will turn it on later. Thank you. Okay, so can you please go to the first slide? Thank you. Good morning. My name is Efrosini Kritikos, and I will be presenting the paper Indigenous Languages and Global Health Systems. The paper proposes a model for human development called the Beehive Model to be published in UNESCO's State of the Art of Indigenous Languages and Research to raise awareness of the critical status of thousands of Indigenous languages and calling for urgent action towards their preservation, revitalization, and promotion. Next slide, please. What does the survival of bees have in common with Indigenous languages? Next slide, please. They both are intimately tied to land-based economies of health, critical to global health systems. Next slide, please. Even though both Indigenous languages and bees have existed since time immemorial, they are now in dramatic decline globally. Both are intimately tied to the land, and neither of them can survive outside their natural environments. They both are mediators in ecosystem services that support food security and safety and preserve wild habitats and biodiversity, making them of the utmost ecological importance. They are social creatures fully dependent upon their fellows and communities for subsistence. Their extinction would create major devastation to biological and cultural ecosystems that sustain human life. The loss of Indigenous languages is a global health threat that is linked to poor health outcomes of Indigenous peoples. Structural barriers to health for Indigenous peoples, which have led to language loss, include disconnection from ancestral lands, historical trauma, and lifestyle changes. These events have led to environmental deprivation, marginalization, and poverty, and a loss of cultural identity, all of which have a detrimental effect on the physical, mental, and social well-being of Indigenous people. The loss of Indigenous languages and their decline in use is statistically correlated with higher suicide rates, diabetes, and depression, as well as an increase in high-risk behaviors such as substance abuse and violence. The Beehive Model is a systemic approach to community-based planning and development. It proposes integrating Indigenous languages into community health development programs. This broadens the domains of language use, which can address the structural forces that cause language shift in the first place. The horizontal development of both the cultural and biological landscape of Indigenous health systems provides the fertile ground for the implementation of linguistically and culturally responsible vertical healthcare interventions that will have positive outcomes and long-term benefits. In the case of Indigenous language development, it does so by embedding documentation and revitalization efforts within recursive land-based activities that revolve around the cultural and socio-spatial identity of the Indigenous community. As we can see in this model, this identity is based on the community's close connection to the land, rooted in cultural landscape, subsistence economy, ethnobiological knowledge systems, land-based rituals, activities, and rhythms of life, and often a history of spatial mobility. This is where language is used and transmitted organically, that is, in its true social context, meaningfully and for a real purpose, and where it has shown to be most resilient. These socio-spatial spheres make up the feedback loops that are part of the local value chains of the Indigenous health system. These become the basis for language and health curriculum design and development as seen in this model. Apart from health-specific interventions, this model can be used to integrate language development with other areas in the community, such as economic, environmental, and agricultural development as well. Integrated community-based development projects is an excellent way to engage and empower the whole community. The model leads to curriculum and syllabus design, along with, integrating community-based development projects is an excellent way to engage and empower the whole community. The model leads to curriculum and syllabus design, along with materials development that is aligned with culturally and linguistically appropriate health service delivery that understands and addresses the needs of local Indigenous people. It is estimated that at least 80% of the population in developing countries rely on traditional healing systems as their primary source of care. Best practices are emerging that complement public health services with traditional health practices. The interface between the two systems is an important space which can be bridged by Indigenous health workers whose professional training and background give them access to both worldviews. This third space can take the form of a clinic or even a classroom where vertical interventions can be scaffolded. These spaces support intercultural dialogue, which facilitates the implementation of interventions via data collection and information exchange, and eventually dissemination throughout the community. The monitor, you can see in this slide, made up of experts, is responsible for the consolidation and management of data, as well as the coordination, control, and assessment of activities. The monitor implements varying levels of control and activities, depending on the community's needs and stage in its learning curve. It is hoped that learning, which is highly controlled in the beginning, will be eventually internalized and lead to greater levels of autonomy in the community. The ultimate goal is for the community to control their own language revitalization and health efforts, and this ensure program sustainability within, It is hoped that learning, which is highly controlled in the beginning, will be eventually internalized and lead to greater levels of autonomy in the community. The ultimate goal is for the community to control their own language revitalization and health efforts, and this ensure program sustainability within minimal external support. Next slide, please.
If you excuse me, your time is up. Maybe in the discussion we can come back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank you for the Secretariat for organizing today's event and providing a platform for us to present our work. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. So very quickly, we move for the next presentation, which coming from the Cameroon. So the Mr. Ivan Forgosha Baka. His presentation is going to be about sustainable development challenge with indigenous knowledge and language of ecological resources in basin. So you are the floor very quickly in 7 minutes, please. Mr. Shabaka, you are with us? No? Maybe he's not with us?
He's not here.
So I move for the next speaker coming from Russian Federation, and his communication, her communication is Sofia Malikova and Korban is two speakers. So you have Sofia Malikova and Kurban Omokhanov from Russia and Federation. His presentation is going to be about Tsokhar language in danger. You have the floor.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm honored today to present the state of the Tsokhar language, our mother tongue. Unfortunately, Mr. Kurban Omokhanov, my colleague, is not going to be here today, but I will try to convey all the key findings that we discovered during our research. Next slide, please. First of all, I would like to introduce to the region because Tsokhars are not widely known in the international community. if you look at the map, it's the border area between Russia and Azerbaijan. And you see the settlements highlighted in red color. These are the Tsakhurs living on the borderline between two countries. Next slide, please. Tsakhurs call themselves Tsahpe, which means we are highlanders, or Yukpe, which means we are people. In fact, the word Tsa means fire, which refers to the roots and the times then we used to be fire worshippers, then we changed to Zoroastrianism, then we had Christianity during the times of Caucasian Albania, and now we are predominantly Muslims. Next slide, please. Regarding the writing systems that we are having now, these are Latin alphabet, which was introduced in 1944 by Professor Grenko. Latin alphabet we use in Azerbaijanian part, and for the Tsakhurs living in Dagestan, in the Russian, in the part of the Russian Federation, we use Cyrillic alphabet, which was introduced in 1990. Next slide, please. If you have a look at the timeline, you can see that mainly the development and revival of the language started after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1990. It had a dramatic effect on the language because mainly the language is spoken and not written. And the fact that we have two writing systems makes it even harder to preserve the language and the culture as such. In 1990, we opened its first Tsakhur philology department at Dagestanian University, Pedagogical University. Since 1995, we have our weekly newspaper in Dagestan, which is called Nur. And 2014, we established the first Tsakhur organization in Russia, Tsakhur National Cultural Autonomy. During the research, we also made the survey and statistical analysis online among the Tsakhurs living in Russia. And here are some highlights, some key findings from the research. 75% of respondents indicated that they speak Tsakhur fluently, but one has to take in consideration that it's about the spoken language only, because if you see further, around 32% indicated that they don't use Cyrillic or Latin alphabets at all. 42% remarked that they think in Tsakhur, and 44% remarked that they don't mind having two alphabets, but it also have to be taken into consideration that high number they only speak Tsakhurs in families, and also it's about generations, because now in Azerbaijanian part, for example, people don't study Russian in schools. So for example, when I came to Azerbaijan last time and I wanted to speak with my nephews, we spoke German. Because I can't fluently speak Azerbaijanian and they cannot speak Tsakhur. So they studied German in school, we spoke German. Next slide, please. So the key challenges that we have, as I already said, the two writing systems, the assimilation process and border separation, which intensifies the division between the one community, and also affects the language preservation. Poor infrastructure in rural areas, which affects also the study programs, unemployment, migration of youth into the big agglomerations, big cities. Next slide, please. Now, if we have 1.5 minutes left, there is a short video interview of the...
I'm so sorry because your time is up. So I must move to the next speaker.
If there is opportunity, can I share the link in the chat?
In the chat, yeah, you can share it with us.
Okay, thank you.
So we moved for the next speaker. Next speaker is Jan Aguirre Polman from Germany, who is going to speak about challenge Brazil's linguistic seniority by officializing indigenous and other local languages. So you have the floor.
Good morning from Brazil. My name is Jan Agia Pöhlmann. I'm very happy to present my project to you, which is about my PhD research in the universities Europa-Universität Viadrina in Germany and Universidade Federal Fluminense in Brazil. In Brazil, we can observe a change toward giving more autonomy to indigenous people, in particular in the form of the right to use their languages. I compared two language communities that apparently benefit from this evolution, and I analyzed parallel reasons for a language decline within indigenous communities and other minorized groups in Brazil. In my research, I observed two situations in which local languages compete with their national language Portuguese. I decided to have a closer look at national language policies and their alleged concrete benefits for the speakers themselves. I compared the municipality called Bonfim in extreme northern Brazil, where the indigenous languages Macuxi and Wapixana are spoken, to the southeastern municipality called Santa Maria Jetibá, in which the language called Pomerano is used by descendants of European immigrants. Next slide, please. Oh, this, yep. In both municipalities, the local language speaker communities struggle for recognition of their existence, their cultural practices, and a respected position of their language within the national linguistic framework. Both groups have suffered long periods of language prohibition and oppression. We can observe a decline in the use of these languages. Thereby, we should give special attention to the youngest generation, because if they don't use the languages anymore, the gap in the intergenerational language transmission even expands. One definitive factor of the decline in the use of these languages is the management of language policies. Therefore, the special focus of my research in Brazil was one law, the law of co-officialization of languages. Next slide, please. The actual Brazilian Constitution of 1988 says the social organization, costumes, languages, beliefs, and tradition of the indigenous people are recognized. Thus, the Constitution admits that the country is multilingual. On a municipal level, the law of co-officialization gives official status to the respective languages, aiming at the creation of a bi- or multilingual scenario in the respective municipalities. The official and the co-officialized languages must be spoken, or at least understood and offered as a medium for communication in all procedures and documents in administrative, judicial, and public processes in the town halls. Next slide, please. Even public announcement and street signs must be multilingual. Furthermore, the municipality commits itself to encouraging language acquisition in the local educational system and affirms that discrimination based on the use of local languages won't be tolerated, referring here to the federal constitution. The co-officialized languages are supposed to be incorporated as equivalent additions to the national language Portuguese. At the moment, there are 21 languages co-officialized in 45 Brazilian municipalities. There are more than 5,000 municipalities in Brazil. Next slide, please. I observed that the existence of the law is not well known within the language communities. The wording of the law is totally relevant and accurate in relation to many needs of their respective address groups. For example, their self-determination and respected participation in society. But the implementation of the law is extremely slow. Next slide, please. Thus, legal bases often do exist, but it can be very worthwhile to have a look at the implementations and the real benefits for the addressed speakers themselves. This beautiful law exists and has a huge symbolic impact. Brazil has officially become multilingual, even if only on a local level. But the lack of realization of most of its paragraphs shows that there is a still long way to go. Last slide, please. Oh, okay. This is why I would like to cite the first statement of our publication. Languages are a core component of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Language policies play an essential role in their protection, but they have to be fought for. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I can say in French, votre présentation est très intéressante dans le sens qu'elle apporte des éclaircissements très intéressants sur le cas brésilien dans lequel...
Thank you very much. Your presentation is very interesting because you're presenting the co-officialization of indigenous languages in Brazil, which is very important because there are laws and things were done, both legal and practice measures to ensure the use of indigenous languages in Brazil. Thank you very much for your contribution. I'm now going to move on to the next presentation.
A group of researchers who is working about who is going to present a presentation which is about they have always been here, but we could not hear them. We do not see them. It's very interesting presentation in terms of title. So I give you the floor very quickly, please.
Kia ora ana. Hello, everybody. Good evening. Hola todas. Bonsoir. It is the middle of the night here in New Zealand where I'm coming in from. So it's cold and dark. So hello to everybody in Europe and other places where it's daytime. And hello to from Aotearoa to all the other Indigenous people listening here today/tonight. I'm Ake and I'm going to be talking on behalf of our wonderful group. So we're going to be talking about our programs at the University of the South Pacific called Qualification X in Pacific Vernacular Language, Your Language, which is a project we've been working on for the last approaching 10 years at this point, where we're trying to offer degree level programs to our students in their language. And this is because USP is a pretty unique institution in that it's an international, multinational university. So its head office is in Fiji, but it's got campuses all around the Eastern and Central Pacific. And there are lots and lots of languages in those places, as we all know. Next slide, please. So here is a map of this part of the world, which if you're from here, this will look nice and familiar, but if you're from the Northern Hemisphere, you might have never looked at this before. It seems to be the trend. And so if you just give me one click, and one more. Sorry, one more. Great. So at the moment, we have programs in operation in these 4 linguistic contexts. So we've got Fijian, which is the majority Indigenous language in Fiji, and we've got Hindi, which is the second most significant language in Fiji. Programs in those languages that are in operation where students will study those languages as, you know, as the language of instruction, study the language, study other matters in those languages. And we also currently have running programs in Wangahu Niue, the Niue language, and in Cook Islands Māori. Click, please. And then we, in relation to this program, we have 3 other programs which are not currently on the go, but are preparing to either start for the first time or reoperate, having operated in the last few years. And that's 2 languages in Tonga, the Tongan language and the Niuefo'ou language, which is another Indigenous language in Tonga. The Rotuman language, which is the language of the island of Rotuma, which is politically part of Fiji, where in that context, there's been a lot of migration. So most young Rotumans live in mainland Fiji and Suva and are learners of their language. So that one's a different one because that's focused on multi-generational sort of language acquisition, as opposed to all the other programs which are learning lots of details about your language being taught to you in your language. And then we have the Vanuatu languages program, which is complicated in a different way because, of course, Vanuatu is extremely linguistically diverse and there are a lot of languages in Vanuatu. So this one has a focus on, it will change its focus depending on who the students are, but also has an important focus on Bislama, which is the lingua franca in Vanuatu. And we see that it is useful for people in Vanuatu to, you know, see and raise the value of that language as a language to be used in academia and in higher learning contexts. Next click, please. And then we have discussions about establishing programs like this in other USB campuses in Tuvalu, Kiribati, the Marshall Islands, and Nauru. So it's a really, it's a program that's growing and has had quite a lot of success over its operation. It's been formally operating in its new version since the second half of 2017. In the Cook Islands and Niue, we've graduated our first cohorts last year. We got a little bit delayed by COVID, but our first group has come through and got their qualifications, which is really wonderful. Click, please. So why do we do it? In the human rights angle here, this is, of course, part of the Indigenous people having the right to revitalise their languages, which is explicitly protected in the UNDRIP, Article 13. And we had a range of motivations sort of tied up with that. Possibly number one, we wanted to challenge the hegemonic position of English in academia, or English as a scholarly language or a language of deep thought. You know, it's a terrible racist idea that affects many people throughout the world, that the only language that you can use for that sort of thing is English, which is rubbish, of course. We also want to emphasize that multilingual life is normal life, that you can do lots of parts of your life in lots of different languages if that's what you've got going on in your language system. We, of course, want to increase the language revitalization capacity of community members, and depending on the different locations where we are, there are different language revitalization needs. Like if you're talking about Fijian, that's a fairly robust vitality, or Bislama, fairly robust vitality, so that's not the main priority there. But if we're talking about Vangahu Niue or Cook Islands Māori, there's been, you know, they're quite advanced in their shift to English in these 2 places. I'm from the Cook Islands. And so language revitalization is an important thing for us to be upskilling in. The really big thing that we've observed in this process is that if you're an Indigenous person from this area and you are doing high-level academic study in your language and about your language, that's a good thing for your sense of self and your well-being and your sense of what you can do and what can be done in this language. It's very sort of capacity building in your sense of self in a really obvious way. And ideologically, we have another agenda, which is to connect these modern people today studying at university and learning things in their language to the long and established Indigenous tradition of research and science and art and et cetera, that in this part of the Pacific we know we've always had, but has been excluded from the Western system for a long time. Next slide, please.
Please, your time. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll just pop a link in the thing.
Okay, maybe we move to the next presentation. Maybe we come back to you in the discussion now.
No worries. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So if you like, we can move to the next speaker. This time from India. So you move to the India with Moana Khan. Moana Khan give us a presentation about community radio and indigenous languages, a tool for sustainable development. So is going to give us a presentation about media, especially radio, and as a tool of sustainable development. So I give you the floor very quickly, please, in 7 minutes.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to all of you. I am Moina from India, and today I would like to talk to you about community radio as an instrument to not only preserve, but actively utilize indigenous languages in a pluralistic country like India. Can you please put in the slide? When we talk about radio, the best thing is to start with some music, some song. Please play the music.
Mella mella pata panta saladana me pata zanna mella pata panta mella pata panta saladana me pata zanna mella pata.
Okay, so this was an agricultural song which was sung by rural women in Telangana in India. So while working in the fields, these women used to sing this song, the self-tuned and self-lyricized song. And in this song, they're asking the clouds to give rain so that they can grow their crops. And they're asking the cloud to give rain so that their children can play. And this used to happen around more than 20 years ago. But now these songs are recalled and recorded by one of the community radio stations in Telangana, which is called Sangam Radio. Now, in this sense, radio is a medium which tends to be extremely personal, intimate, and native when we compare it with other mediums. It is a medium that has the capacity to cater to all kinds of people. It helps in reflecting aboriginal identities, individualities, and cultural ideologies. It gives an opportunity to the people to express, symbolize, and associate. For radio, all one needs are spoken words, a language. Please change the slide. Change the slide. Yeah. In order to understand and examine the importance of local language-based media system in preserving and sustaining native language and culture, I did a case study of Sangam Radio, which is a community radio station developed by Deccan Development Society. It serves villages in Zahirabad block in Medak district in Telangana, India. The station is managed by women from marginalized section of the society called the Dalit women. However, men and women from various villages in the district participate in programming of the station. So the data was collected using schedule through stratified random sampling, and I used 100 listeners of the station who heard the station at least once in a week as respondents. Next slide, please. I would like to give a snapshot of my findings. 84% listeners found the station was different from other media. And the reason that they cited was direct participation of villagers and familiar voices that they were able to hear. Local language, dialect, and slang that was being used on the station. Local issues and stories that were relevant to the listeners as well as the participants. Next slide. So the respondents who cited language as the main reason that makes the station different shared their experiences. When we used to watch television, we used to think that only educated and privileged people can participate in TV programs. But with Sangam Radio, even we could be on radio. They use our own local slang. We speak Telangana Telugu. People in other channels are very polite. We are not rude, but our language is very rough. So Telugu is widely spoken in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana state, but these people are more concerned about the specific Telangana slang. For respondents, local slang, dialect, mannerism, and cultural expression becomes most important. Next slide. So in this sense, I would like to say that a participatory radio, which is limited to its radius, has this uniquely inherent feature of being earthy and allowing the community people to use local and native language, and allows them to exchange and express emotion, culture, and beliefs. So it's like their own space. And what are they discussing in their own space? Because it's a predominantly agricultural area, they talk about various traditional agricultural methods, local crops, and how to limit the use of pesticides and health benefits of the locally grown crops. They also talk about local festivals, women issues, and government schemes relevant to that particular area. Next slide. Sorry. So in this sense, community has a total control over the station. They have a total control over the content as well as the language and the mannerism in which the language is being used. And a community radio, by involving people in their own language, is connecting them to their culture, tradition, and practice. And while also preserving their culture, the station is also connecting them to the social realities. What kind of realities? They are basically understanding the development agendas. What are the development agendas? Job opportunities, eradicating poverty, better education for kids, and electricity and transportation. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to give some policy suggestions. Community radio in India is particularly growing according to the region. But what we require is to encourage community radio stations according to the language. I'm sorry for the cough. We need to promote languages through media. We need to have languages in the school curriculum. At the moment, we are having a lot of international languages, but a pluralistic country like India needs to have vernacular languages, and community radio could be the best platform to teach languages. So the programs could be narrowcasted in schools and universities in order to impart language lessons. And
I'm sorry, Mana Khan, I'm sorry, your time is up.
I just want to make a statement. Yes, I want to make a statement.
Yeah.
In the end, I would just like to state that we need to encourage native languages at various levels and use media to promote, particularly the community media, to promote and strengthen democratic culture as well as our indigenous roots. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting what you have presented from India, and music as a tools for revitalizing the indigenous language. Maybe I move to the next speaker, but I have a mention from the UNESCO Secretariat. They told me that we're going to move to multilingual education with multilingual excerpt, the case of Melanesinia by Robert Early. Maybe is he going to be the next speaker? So I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, and good evening to, or hello to esteemed international colleagues around the world. You can see on the screen the geographical area of Melanesia, which is made up of the territories or states or countries known as Timor-Leste, West Papua, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, and New Caledonia. An amazingly complex linguistic area in the world, where the population is only 1/500th of the total population of the world, and yet it is an area where 1/5 or 20% approximately of the world's languages are spoken. Next slide. Thank you. Some of the features of this
Algunas de las características.
We have the language situation. We have a multiplicity of small vernaculars And so the issue of language endangerment is important. We have complex language situations which can lead from language shift from vernacular languages to languages of wider communication, such as pidgins and creoles. And we have a context of hegemony of colonial languages, English, French, Portuguese, and Bahasa, Indonesia. And of course, this can lead to stigmatization of local languages. In each of the countries in this region, there are challenges for basic service delivery in areas of health and education. And there is also a national agenda for building united countries, which often overlooks diversity. In terms of education, there are high numbers or proportions of untrained and qualified teachers. Schools are poorly resourced, and there tends to be dated pedagogy. Thank you. However, there are some promising signs in Melanesia in recent times. And if we believe that multilingual education is a necessary condition for successful, peaceful, harmonious national development in these areas, then it's been quite good to see in recent years that there's been a strengthening of local identities which value traditional language and culture. So that's a bottom-up kind of pressure that has been emerging. And then from the top-down level, there have also been, not in all, but in some cases, some quite favorable language and education policies that have been put in place. So where these two forces are working together, it does create conditions in which donor agencies are willing to provide support to address the challenges, especially of teacher education and resource development in the area of vernacular language and multi-language education. However, there's one issue that is a continuing challenge that I'd like to talk about a little bit on the next slide. And this is the issue of awareness. And having worked in this area for some time, it has always intrigued me as to why it is so difficult, why it is so hard for people to understand the scenario that I've tried to present there, that if a child goes to school and is immediately confronted in the first day of school with a second language that the child may not know, such as English or French especially, this actually turns out to be what I'm calling here a lose-lose-lose situation. There tends to be poor outcomes in the second language, in the learning of English and French. There's reduced content learning, so the children are not doing so well in math or science or social science and other subjects. And there's also loss and attrition of the first language. However, this seems to be the model that is strongly favored in so many contexts. And yet the alternative, which shows a child progressively developing, beginning with a mother tongue base in the first language and progressing to the second language, is a win-win-win situation where there's better learning of the second language, there's enhanced content learning of other subjects, and there's development of the first language. So it works out well. And yet the second model is so often criticized or critiqued or not embraced or questioned by often seemingly knowledgeable stakeholders in the education field. Next slide. And so it's how do we get across this idea that that intensive learning using the first language is actually not detrimental. And this is a huge challenge because we constantly find, for example, with parents, that they are saying, well, we're not sending our children to school to learn their own language, we're sending them to school to learn English or French. And it's very difficult to persuade them or convince them that, in fact, using the first language as a starting point will eventually result in better learning of the second language, but also promote strength and retention of the first language. But it's not only parents who are guilty of this failure to understand and appreciate this maybe sort of counterintuitive kind of observation, but something that shouldn't be too hard to understand. But we find that politicians and public servants also buy into this kind of wrong thinking. and can be very influential. And we've seen examples of that in Papua New Guinea and in the Solomon Islands and possibly here in Vanuatu as well, where perhaps well-meaning politicians and perhaps well-meaning public servants can actually go against the clear international evidence and the specialist advice that is given by people who know the field. And the same applies to teacher educators, many of whom also do not embrace or understand the concepts around multilingual education. And even professional specialists, especially education consultants who come in from overseas to these multilingual environments, if they don't embrace this mode of operating through multilingual education, then we're faced with problems. So a big thanks to UNESCO for decades of work in this area and this current initiative that we're all happily engaged in at the moment. But there are two impediments that continue to hamper our work in Melanesia. And one of them, the first one, this is my last slide, international education experts often lack understanding of language issues and multi-language education solutions. So that's perhaps an appeal to people in the education fraternity to try and get up to speed with modern multi-language educational pedagogy and thinking around language issues. And then also the national teacher education specialists, in other words, the people who are providing teaching and education for the new generation of teachers, they tend to persist with the established approaches or curriculums that exist in their training institutions that may have been there for some time, and they tend to be resistant to embrace the multilingual education paradigm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Robert. It's very interesting what you have presented about, especially the last one about educational specialists or teachers, specialized teachers. This is a very good idea that you have for education of indigenous languages. We have to have these teachers who are specialized in indigenous languages. This is very important. Nous sommes arrivés à la fin de cette session, donc ça a été très riche.
We've just reached the end of our session, which was very rich, very intense, very interesting, and also that your contributions are very well thought about, and they stress a certain amount of problems for the indigenous languages in the various pillars presented here, and some things we're very interested in, such as linking that to the cultural thing, and the session on the human rights and humanitarian problem. It's very interesting, but the international instruments on human rights stresses revitalization of indigenous languages, and this is something which is very interesting in as much as we should have the legal measures. That's very important, for instance, in Brazil, and also institutional measures and measures which are in the public state of the various states, so that we can integrate the indigenous languages in the national languages. In fact, this is very interesting because of the contradictions that can be seen immediately, because revitalization indigenous languages can take various roads. We saw the media, for instance, in India, and we also see teaching, which is very important indeed. It's maybe the most important journey. And we also have whatever is legal and revitalization of the endangered indigenous languages. And there's also a measure of resources, institutional, financial, and for indigenous languages. And we saw the case in the Democratic Republic of Congo when there was a setting up of an Academy of Languages literature. So we need an implementation of legal and institutional measures, but that could maybe participate of saving and preserving indigenous languages. So if somebody wants to speak for 3 or 4 seconds on that to conclude this session, this morning session.
Maybe very quickly, we can share it at the end of this session. For the participant, you have the floor. If anybody wants to say something, you are welcome. Maybe I give the floor to the Grada. She is with us.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Amuzai, for moderation, and thank you very much as well, Chris, for doing the previous sessions. So we are very happy that finally we have this opportunity to actually listen to you, not only to read your papers, but to listen, to learn from your experience, your wisdom. And we will be meeting in 2 hours. Now we have a lunch break. We'll provide opportunity for our interpreters to take a break, and we'll be continuing in the afternoon. And depending on our timing, if everybody sticks to the time allocated for them, maybe we'll have at the end a little bit more even discussions, or even kind of questions, answers as segment towards the end of the day. So thank you once again. Please use the same link that you received for the connections, and don't forget that you have interpretation in English, French, and Spanish. And we will be communicating more on social media, as you can see it already, using your major outcomes. So don't hesitate to share it. Let's know world about the outcomes, your work done during last years, and as well support and encourage other partners, other colleagues who work in research field to contribute to the organization of the National Decade. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in 2 hours.
Thank you. Thank you.
Reviewed to reconstruct this Native Hawaiian medical inventory throughout this project by accessing 11 archives. Traditional and contemporary Kanaka perceptions of imbalance as illness and disease apprise this work. This study is also informed by primary and secondary sources like Nupepa, the Hawaiian language newspapers, oral histories, literature, archives, and interview narratives from more than 50 living experts and practitioners of traditional Hawaiian medicine across our island. More than 7,000 terms accounting for various ma'i in Hawaii and the Pacific were identified, further evidencing the ways in which our kupuna, our ancestors, connected discord within the individual, family, community, our society, and also our connection to the environment as being imbalanced or ma'i. The study's significance indicates the first comprehensive medical inventory documenting knowledge of Hawaiian ma'i across time periods and traditional practices, systematically referencing these thousands of terms and dozens of unique disease classes and categories, shows that the findings can improve diagnostic procedures and prevention among Indigenous communities by creating creating new quality standards for culturally and linguistically appropriate services. Next slide. This research took a keen approach to both building the theoretical orientation and translating this research into practice. For us, we're no longer in a state of simply just knowing. It's also about applying the resurgence of our revitalized languages into the health workforce, into our medicine practices to help our people become well and to heal. Next slide. In these figures that I will demonstrate as published in the chapter, you will see the different classification systems and categories of ma'i as they have been produced within the medical inventory. For example, ma'i kama'aina to the top are the native illnesses or indigenous diseases which occurred in the Ka'oihana Moliola pre-contact. Ma'i malihini to the bottom are those introduced illnesses or foreign diseases that were integrated into our Oihana Moliola post-contact. This demonstrates the Hawaiian taxonomy of ma'i and corresponding Native Hawaiian medical inventory by adapting multiple hierarchies of numerous sources using a cultural foundation and OEV concepts. These indigenous concepts provide a medical epistemological context of pathologies that are culturally specific, enabling us to examine the links. Scientific classification systems like these, such as organisms, offer us an ability to organize our thoughts and language into categories based off of characteristics and relationship patterns. These patterns account for similarities and differences across the structure. This is a non-speculative approach, where lists are created and they're presented in forms that have remained actually unchanged for many centuries. Next slide. As this figure shows, the subordinate classification system creates and demonstrates the relationship between the classes and categories in this example of ma'i kama'aina, those illnesses which are traditional to the Native Hawaiian health structure. So for example, within ma'i kama'aina, there are categories such as ma'i aumakua, those sicknesses that have an ancestral transgression, and our ma'ikino, those traditional illnesses that are naturally occurring in bodily illness. And from this diagram, you will see the categories continue to branch out. Next slide. In this figure, you'll see the classification system builds out the ma'i malihini, the foreign diseases that are infectious and communicable, leading into present day, COVID-19. Thus, our language continues to be able to shape this classification system. Next slide. This is important for culturally specific healing practices and the significance of the implications for use, just like we would the ICD, the DSM, or Merck manuals, which help us monitor the incidence and prevalence of diseases, observing reimbursements and resource allocation trends, and keeping track of safety and health regulations and guidelines. It's an opportunity to tailor culturally specific data for diseases, symptoms, internal factors, and health status. Next slide.
Aloha, we're going beyond the time.
In conclusion, these are very important steps for us as the World Health Organization member countries to require us to look forward to the way that we can progress through our own language, our own culture, as material and moral conditions moving forward through the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Thank you very much. Mahalo nui loa. Aloha.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Our next speaker is, there's a number, a whole crew of speakers. Santa Maria Tlahuitotepe, Oaxaca, Mexico.
Can you repeat it again? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. It will be Alfoncia Arriaga Jimenez. Melissa Castillo Ibarra, Breda Joana Cruz Garcia, and Sebastian Pileteri. And they will be talking about their paper. Please, you're welcome.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to present you the paper, and this is work that we did while we were doing some biological studies in Oaxaca. So I am a biologist, and my student is studying linguistics. So actually, this is a project that we started together, and now she's still developing this research line, which we think is very interesting. So the name of the talk is "Its Song Was Forgotten, and So Was Its Name: The Relation Between Biological and Linguistic Richness in Santa Maria Tehuantepec in Oaxaca, Mexico." Next one, please. So while we were doing studies on dung beetles in the mountains of Oaxaca, we got a very close relationship with the community that inhabits there. And they invited us to a lot of their parties, and we started to be very close to them. And it's actually while being with them that we came across with this specific word named kaush, which is actually the name of the feminine band that they have in the community. Next one, please. Then while we were talking with them, we find out that Kaush is the name of the band currently, but also it's the name of the messenger of Kongol, which is the good god that they have in the community. But also it's the name for the green macaw. But interestingly enough, this word is unknown for many of the young members of the community. So we were very interested in knowing what was happening with this word and with other words that maybe they were also disappearing because the biodiversity of the place or the traditional knowledge of the people, it's been lost. Next one, please. So we started to do an observational research, loosely structured interviews and life stories to different ages.
Nous avons été intéressés par votre description de la poursuite de vos activités après ce premier Madame Kessier, avant de passer.
Maybe you can just click on the little arrow and select another microphone, or you can remove your headset. No, I can't hear. We can't hear you now.
Yes, thank you.
No, not again. You can select another. You do see the little arrow next to the microphone's icon. Or just remove your headset maybe.
In terms of the young women choreographers who are participating in the project, could you speak to us about what are some of their motivations?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Driving them to want to be choreographers.
So then we interview them, and we start with young people, then with adults, and with the elders of the community. And then we try to know which were the words that were related to some of the traditional knowledge and some of the animals that they used to see in the place, and if they changed. Next one, please.
Parce que je crois qu'on ne valorise
pas. This is a poem, it's a fragment of a poem that we cite in our paper, and I would like to read the part in English. The translation of it is, when a language dies, everything in the world, seas and oceans, animals and plants, are not even thought and are pronounced with glimmers and sounds that don't exist anymore. And for us, that explains what's happening in this community when you lost the traditional knowledge of some of the species that they have in the community. They also lost the words and all the knowledge that comes with them. Here are some of the pictures of the community, some parties that we have with them, and it shows how they allow us to be part of their celebration. And this is, for example, a couple of phrases that they told to us. So, for example, Rafael, who is 75 years old, he told us that he had not seen this bird since he was a kid. So that explains that. Oh, sorry. Can you go back to that? Yes. So that explains that this bird, it was very common at the time, but now it's almost very, very rare in the region. And for example, a member of the Philharmonic Band thought Cauche was a word in another language from the region. So that means that in a couple of generations, we're losing species and maybe the traditions that came with them. For example, this specific word, Cauche, it's also referring to a lot of different legends that they have in the community. But they were talking about those legends when we asked them about that. The kids don't know anymore about those legends and about how the messenger will bring the information to the god from Goy or will help them to heal some of their illness. Next one, please. So yeah, this is just a preliminary study we're doing. We think we need a lot more of research going into this community. But while being there, we receive a lot of comments from the people that some researchers sometimes they go and they want to take information and they never come back. So they're always a little bit of scared of sharing with them their traditional knowledge because they don't know where the things are going. We are foreigners there. So we were very grateful at the end that they allowed us to do our biological researches and trying to get a bit into the linguistics. But I think it's very important to highlight how we have made interdisciplinary teams of biologists and linguistics and sociologists that go to the community and also involve them in taking the decisions and to let us know what's happening with them, how they're feeling about the loss of not just their language, but the traditions, the legends, the traditional knowledge, etc. So we are very grateful for that with them for allowing us to be part of this experience. Next one, please. So this is part of the team that allowed us to get into this research. As I mentioned, my student, she's studying linguistic anthropology. So this study is still going on. So hopefully the next time we can present more strong results about what's happening with the linguistics approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being on time and for your wonderful research as well. Our next speaker is Jean-François Lepage. Please, Jean-François, the floor is yours.
J'ai pu participer à ce programme du début à la fin et il m'a beaucoup aidé. Je suis chorégraphe et donc j'ai pu appliquer la formation à mon travail.
All right, then I will invite Marie-Odile Dante and Claire Owen to talk about Algonquin linguistic atlas.
Je me suis rendu compte que mon spectacle avait besoin d'être
Wadier, bonjour.
Oui.
Hello. I'm here with my colleague Claire Owen, and we're going to talk to you about the Algonquin Linguistic Atlas. And we'll start with a video acknowledging the land and the family that we're on.
J'ai aussi inscrit ce spectacle à un concours de chorégraphie. Il y avait un concours pour créer un spectacle au Cameroun et en France. Ma pièce s'intitulait donc Ushawishi. Elle a été sélectionnée. Je suis heureuse d'aller au Cameroun pour ce spectacle. Je voyagerai également à Paris en France. Je vais me rendre à Yaoundé. Le projet s'appelle donc je vais aussi me rendre à Yaoundé. Le projet s'appelle Bikutsi 3000. Et je vais travailler avec des Français et des Camerounais. Et la pièce, le spectacle va également être, va passer à Yaoundé et ensuite en France. Il est très important de former des femmes à la chorégraphie. On a l'habitude de des danseuses, bien sûr. Nous sommes d'ailleurs peu nombreuses à être danseuses, moins que les hommes. Ça a toujours été mon plus grand rêve de devenir chorégraphe. Je suis sûre qu'il y en aura encore plus une fois qu'elles auront vu ce que je peux faire. Je crois que lorsqu'elles verront mon travail et le spectacle du Jawishi, qui ne comporte que des femmes, eh bien la communauté pourra être convaincue que les femmes ont la capacité d'être des artistes, des danseuses et apporter des changements positifs. Je remercie vraiment beaucoup Monde Africa ainsi que l'UNESCO qui a soutenu ce programme. Merci beaucoup à l'UNESCO. Ne nous laissez pas tomber, ne nous abandonnez pas. Continuez à nous tenir la main et à soutenir ce programme. Il nous aide beaucoup. Et maintenant, direction Cameroun pour moi.
Alors, vous venez d'entendre Sorry.
What you just...
teacher of mine singing in her language, which is very close to Ottawa, where we're from, and that's where we live and work every day with gratitude. And so the Algonquian Linguistic Atlas is about the Algonquian language family. This family is a large group of interrelated First Nation languages and dialects covering a vast geographical area from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic Ocean. And it was built using a participatory action research project method that began in 2004. So in this type of research, you want to put focus on the research process rather than the results. You measure your success on the positive impact on language and speakers, and you define goals and methods with your partners.
I think it's fantastic.
Next, please.
It is all about gender inclusiveness in the creative and
so this atlas was co-created by numerous partners involved in the documentation and revitalization of languages of the Algonquin family in North America. The atlas uses a Google map populated by an online relational database, allowing visualization and understanding of language diversity and unity within the language family. Today, the atlas has 21 topics of conversation with 20 languages comprising 47 dialects and communities, 67 speakers, and over 25,000 sound files. The goal of this atlas was really to bring people together, to do collaborative research, to support each other in a setting, colonial setting that had separated people. They didn't know they were related. They didn't know that the provincial boundaries that are drawn by education separated them, and that they, instead of reinventing the wheel, they could benefit from each other's experiences. So today, the Linguistic Atlas is also a work in progress, still a work in progress, reflecting many years of language documentation, and it's the result of so many people and so much collaboration from Indigenous speakers, teachers, lexicographers, community partners, and cultural institutes, as well as a network of linguists across Canada and the US. We have over 70 contributors of text, sound editing, database entry, etc. So I wish to acknowledge all the contributors, some of whom are not alive today anymore. If you click on the resource button at the bottom of that page, you can see that the Atlas has also become a portal to many language resources using a common digital infrastructure and fostering collaboration across the large Algonquin language family to build dictionaries, online lessons, oral stories databases, terminology forums, syllabic converters, headquarters and whatever resources are in demand and in need with the communities we partner with. The atlas itself is available if you click on the top left, list view, and on next to it you have dialects on maps. But if you click on the list view, next slide, you get the same material organized more like the database that it consists of, with some learning tools. And because since we wrote the paper, time has passed, we have more contributors, but also we created apps because the atlas itself is not working very well on small phones. And so next slide.
Thank you very much.
If you go there today, you can also, last November, we released 16 apps using that material. So it's an example of once good documentation is happening and good relationships are fostered with communities, working together allows to produce material that otherwise couldn't have been produced.
Si on s'intéresse aux ODD, par exemple,
Next slide.
12, consommation durable,
Thank you.
13,
Merci.
action urgente pour lutter contre le changement climatique.
Thank you, Maria Deli. Our next speaker is Ergen Kilhanova and Azuna Bugarova.
Il y a également la participation plus directe du secteur culturel.
Yes, thank you. Sembana, hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Dear webinar participants, first we would like to thank UNESCO for the very idea to publish the collection of research papers on indigenous languages and to present these research findings today. I will start speaking about preserving. Where is my presentation?
Intéressant de voir que ces pourcentages valent aussi bien pour les pays développés que les pays en développement.
Yes, thank you very much. I will start speaking about preserving Buryat language through digital tools, and my co-author Yasuna Dugaro will continue this presentation. The analytical framework, next slide please. Could you please move to the, yes, thank you. The analytical framework of our paper was constituted by the idea that language vitality can be generally determined by three groups of factors: external, internal, and linguistic. In our paper, we focus mostly on internal factors, as this is the agency and driving force that might be able to contribute much to reversing language shift, in our case, language shift towards Russian. Other factors, such as state language policy, are also important, of course, but we will not speak about it today. Please move to the next slide. Yes, speaking about the current situation of indigenous languages in Russia, we can identify the following key trends. The stronger centralization of state power, which started approximately since the year of 2000. Under this approach, the official status and development of regional languages are currently seen by the central government as a challenge for its nation-building agenda, because the revival of indigenous languages is understood as an element of institutionalized ethnicity that remains a potential resource for political mobilization. Constitution of the Russian Federation in its new version, adopted in 2020, reiterates the role of the Russian language in strengthening the state unity. And generally, non-unitative federalism and growing preferential treatment of Russian do not favor indigenous languages. Next slide, please. Yes, before speaking about digital measures that we will develop, use, and promote to maintain Buryat language, it is necessary to make a brief introduction into who the Buryats are and what is their current linguistic situation in the Russian Federation. Buryat belongs to a northern subgroup of Mongolian group of Altai language family. Historically, Buryat people used traditional Mongolian script. In 1931, Latin alphabet was introduced, and in in 1939 Cyrillic alphabet was adopted. Other minority languages in Russia have also experienced the processes of Latinization and civilization. Such a drastic change of writing within one decade had detrimental effects. It not only broke cultural and linguistic traditions, but also slowed down the development of minority languages, including Buryat, forcing people to relearn the written language twice. Due to state language policies in the Soviet times, Buryat gradually lost its public functions. In 1980s and right after the fall of the Soviet Union, we observed the rise of national self-consciousness and positive changes in the situation with minority languages. In Buryatia, Buryat language acquired the legal status of the official language along with Russian on the territory of the Republic in 1992, and the law on languages of the peoples of the Republic of Buryatia was adopted. And this picture shows the language proficiency among Buryats, but if we take the total population of Buryatia, only 14% speak Buryat in the Republic. And Buryat people also live in other parts of Russia, Mongolia, Inner Mongolia, Europe, and the USA. Despite the official status and institutional support, the UNESCO Atlas of the World's Languages in Danger identifies Buryat language as definitely endangered to severely endangered. Here I give the floor to my colleague and co-author, Yasmina Dugarova.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Evgenia. Hello, everyone. So the next slide, please. So our paper discusses various initiatives using information, communication, media technologies, and here for the purpose of this presentation, we focus on the examples of the most important, notable initiatives that have leveraged digital technologies to preserve the Buryat language, which I think is part of the growing trend on digitalization of space that has been accelerated due to the pandemic, as you know. So one of the most notable examples here is the Global Buryat Club called Buryat Petrol, which was launched in October last year, and it serves to specifically create a conducive environment to preserve Buryat language and cultural heritage. And at the same time, it also builds a community and strengthens community-based social capital while connecting Buryats and Mongols around the world. The next slide, please. So all the teachers in the club are deliberately locally based in rural areas, and by doing so, they act as custodians of language and tradition. Next slide. The club holds not only language classes, but also conversations with community, cultural, and religious leaders about Buddhism, about history, about identity, about cultural traditions, and ultimately what it means to be Buryat in today's globalized world. And I think it's important to note that the club offers classes on cultural language traditions free of charge to everyone, so that the language, the mother tongue, is accessible to all, regardless of income, background, location, and so on. But all the teachers are duly paid. The next slide, please. Another important initiative is the Radio Buryat FM, which was established in 2016 by the Buryat Buddhist Sangha and considered as one of the most successful projects to promote the Buryat language and also its dialect, broadcasting 24 hours a day. Next slide. A relatively new and also significant initiative is Buryat TV that was launched only last year, but it's in fact the first television in the Buryat language, and it offers a quite trendy concept, accommodating all generations, but I think with a special emphasis on younger people. Next slide. In addition to these different initiatives, there are also various initiatives that specifically aim to help children learn the language, and among those animation movies such as Akhan, which is based on the famous
folk epic gesture that promotes positive images of Buryat national heroes. Another one, next slide please, is Mantan Gourmet Gourmet, it's translated as Granny Mantan Gourmet. Next slide please. And that is rooted also in Buryat Mongolian mythology. And another one, next slide please, is Instagram channel Kalis Malis that is specifically served to accommodate parents and their children and help them learn the language. So what we have learned from our case study, and that I'm bringing to our conclusion, the next slide please, is that institutional measures are not necessarily effective to preserve the native language. I'm sure it will echo what many participants today. And what I think is also perhaps as a response to that institutional failure, there are different grassroots digital initiatives that have emerged and often led by younger people to kind of counteract the failure. And what we have, one of the lessons we have learned from our research and also practice is that it's critically important to raise awareness and visibility and the importance of the Buryat language. And what, if I can say also, what I've observed among younger people, that kind of there is an assumption or sometimes expectation that your mother tongue, your native language needs to serve certain purpose and like to be of practical use. So in that sense, sometimes the native language has this kind of, is being instrumentalized. But what I think is important is for the intrinsic value of mother tongue, which is so critical to your identity. And this is why internal factors such as a sense of ethnic identity, community values, attitudes, your faith about your language are increasingly important. And within that space, within kind of that context, the digital tools, while being treated cautiously, are nonetheless can be leveraged to promote the transnational agency of native language across borders. And on this note, I would like to thank, next slide please, and I would very much be interested to share further practices. Next slide please. Yes. So if you have any questions, and I would love to share our practices experiences in more perhaps informal spaces, so feel free to contact and exchange our experiences. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting us.
Thank you very much. Wonderful introduction into the Buryat world, the Buryat language. Our next presentation was developed by also a team of scholars. So I will invite Patrick Little and Anna Kazantseva Roland Kun, Aidan King, Antti Arp, Christopher Cox, Mary Adil Janter.
Hey there, I'm Patrick Littell, and I'm presenting here today from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. It's the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. And so are my slides up? Can you all see them?
Fonctionnant comme ça, peut-être qu'on pourrait financer et de trouver des mécènes pour ces projets qui ne peuvent pas être financés vu le très grand nombre de demandeurs.
All right. If you don't happen to have my slides, can I have permission to share? Oh, there we go. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much for your
So just about who we are. So I myself am a research officer at the National Research Council of Canada. That's the Canadian federal government's primary research branch. By the way, nothing I say here today is the policy or a promise by the government of Canada. It's just our limited perspective on a complex topic as researchers. So what the NRC is, among many other things, the NRC assists organizations with research projects, especially those that might be out of scope for smaller organizations. And that now includes helping Indigenous language organizations develop the next generation of technologies for their languages. For example, a Indigenous immersion school will be developing some technologies in-house, like websites and educational content. But if they think that speech recognition or speech synthesis might help enhance that, they might partner with the NRC or with one of our collaborators to develop that. And so in this, I was joined by colleagues at the NRC, at Carleton University, including Marie Odile, who you just met, and at the University of Alberta. Next.
And to promote it with their own authorities and to show how.
So today I'm going to talk mostly about the technological side of things, because that's my job and I really enjoy doing it. But I don't want to make it seem like technology itself is the goal. The goal is language revitalization, and revitalization is something that people do when people use languages and teach languages and learn languages. So if you're a reporter talking about this, we don't want to see a headline like NRC technology saves languages. That's not really how we see our work. We see our work as support for frontline activists like planners and teachers and translators and transcribers. Also, even though I'm a tech talker, I don't see myself as a tech pusher. The latest generation of technologies is not always better to solve your problems than the last generation, or low-tech solutions like paper and pencil. Nonetheless, our world's rapidly changing. More of our lives are moving online. And more of our communication with each other is mediated by language technologies like keyboards with predictive text or spell checkers. And so people want to talk technology more, and they want answers about whether they can feasibly get these technologies working in their own languages. Next. So just a little bit about the broader situation of Indigenous languages spoken in Canada. There are about 70 Indigenous languages spoken in Canada, depending on how you count. They're highly diverse. They're from 10 unrelated language families. And due to deliberate and disastrous attempts by settler governments and their allies at attempting to eradicate these cultures, most of these languages have few fluent first language speakers remaining. For many languages, that's less than 500, and most of them elderly. But despite the lack of fluent first language speakers, there is significant and growing interest. Statistics Canada asks the question regularly, and every time more and more young people say that they want to learn these languages, more and more parents are interested in language education opportunities for their children that they themselves were denied. We regularly hear from teachers that they're overwhelmed with interest and have more students interested than they can serve, and they're wondering what technological solutions are there to serve their students better and to reach more students. Also, Indigenous languages are gaining official status in some territories and provinces. And so there's growing demand for professional tools, for example, for translators of government documents. Next. So our articles tried to survey one slice of the state of Indigenous language technologies for languages spoken in Canada. It was some time ago, so the survey is a bit out of date, but it still might be informative to you. And so we assessed a wide variety of language technologies, all the way from things that many languages now have, like mobile keyboards, to things that are just on the near horizon and that will probably be coming soon. For example, text-to-speech has made great strides just in the last few years. All the way to things that many languages could have, even if they don't. that, like karaoke, and then also some technologies that the majority of Indigenous languages spoken in Canada probably won't get in the near future, particularly high quality general domain machine translation.
I think recently UNESCO
Next.
through different different departments.
So some of the technological challenges in developing Indigenous language technologies. One is the tendency towards polysynthesis among languages spoken in Canada. Many of them have long words with many individual meaning parts, which can stymie systems and algorithms and interfaces that assume words as a basic unit. Also, a lot of these languages have many varieties, but frequently only one of these varieties is described in academic or pedagogical literature, and technologies based on this literature, based on those corpora, can inherit these biases and reinforce them. And that's something that technology developers have to be cautious of. And also, many of the familiar technologies that people are asking about depend on machine learning, which is a class of algorithms where systems train on hundreds of thousands or millions of past examples of human translations, transcriptions, recordings. And the mass majority of Indigenous languages spoken in Canada don't have this scale of data resources. And that often limits the feasibility or the accuracy or the appropriateness of using machine learning technologies. Next.
Are you connected? I'm seeing signs.
This doesn't mean that Indigenous languages technologies cannot be made. Many of them have been made and are being made now.
You may speak now.
Just that the developers and hosts and users of the technologies often have to understand that these technologies only cover a narrow slice of the language and might not be accurate or appropriate used on other genres or other styles or other varieties of the same language. These are usually based on handwritten rules by language experts rather than machine learning, but there are some promising frontiers in machine learning, like multilingual machine learning has shown a lot of progress just since we wrote this, especially in speech technology.
Organizing this meeting, the interpreters note that the
next.
quality is
Anyway, just some take-home messages.
We'll do our best.
Although our survey was very much on the feasibility of particular named things like machine translation. Machine translation in any particular language is the goal. The goal is language revitalization. And we would rather have a focus on the people using the technology and what they're doing. There's a tendency in the academic literature to talk about language technologies in the future tense, but there's really a lot happening now. It's a large and rapidly changing field. But my and my co-author's perspective on it is limited. We only see a tiny slice. Don't take our survey as the limit of what's out there, but just a particular slice that people are interested in. And we hope that sharing our perspective on it can help language organizations make decisions about the frontiers of technology. And I love talking about technology. If you have any questions, please email me and my co-authors, and we love to talk about this. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. So we have one more paper for this session today, and we might have a few minutes left for questions. So if there are questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A section. So I will now invite also a team of scholars who work in Nepal, Sharmila, Chantal, and Suresh. Gautam, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very sorry because of the power cut problem here, so I would like to stop my video. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving opportunity to share our research findings on the access, participation, and learning outcomes of the female students in higher education of Nepal. Next slide. Basically, if we talk about higher education in Nepal, it has not recognized the indigenous people's language and culture. It has been set by the universal and global setting of the universities, where it neither recognizes nor celebrates the cultural diversity and identity, kinship, social emotional well-being, spirituality. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah, that has been reflected through the school education. Is the dropout rate in school education is higher among indigenous group of people like Tamang, Guru, Magar, Thar. But the portion of these students is very high in school education. The panic station started to be from the school education setting. And the recent transition from the central monarch system to the federated government system, the Constitution of Nepal 2015 has envisioned to ensure the access to the indigenous people in school through mother tongue, but it has not been actually implemented in the field. The problem started from the school education and it has been deepened in the higher education. Next. Okay, so if we see the diversity in terms of caste and ethnicity in Nepal, it has been intersected with class, gender, and geography, which perpetuates the hierarchies in the higher education system of Nepal. That can such gap in higher education, which doesn't allow space to indigenous knowledge in the academic conversation and communication. Next slide. So for that context, we applied intersectionality as a research referent, theoretical referent, in which we try to look at the experience of indigenous women, which have been embodied with caste, class, ethnicity, and geography. Such complexities of indigenous people affected their right to be educated in the universities of University of Nepal. The idea of intersectionality helped us to see how it's important to recognize language, literacy, and culture of the people.
Atteindre de plus grandes synergies en travaillant en collaboration. C'est ainsi que nous avons constaté que nous avons plutôt identifié le projet de la Casa de Cultura de Núcleo Azuay, qui poursuit également des objectifs d'entrepreneuriat.
Mr. Gautam, we can't hear you.
Nous avons pu développer des méthodologies de transfert pour l'incubation et l'accélération
So
des
we applied
entreprises.
ethnographic research approach in the small town called Panovi in central Nepal, and we especially followed 3 different stages of data collection and analysis. First, we selected the cases of indigenous female who suffered a lot in higher education. And second, we developed an ethnographic gauge which helped to bring the cultural and metaphorical analysis of these cases. And lastly, we applied intersectionality as a theoretical reference to analyze the voice of our participant. Next one. and the names that we have used in the report, pseudonym we used in the report. And while listening the narrative of indigenous female students, we came across with a painful narrative that always excluded them to be educated in higher education. The problem has been started right from the beginning of the geography where they live, the culture where what they adopted, and the hardship they experienced in their life. And that has been gradually transmitted in the setting of higher education system, where they learned in different languages, which they gradually learned from the school days, but it has also very important to get knowledge in their own language. They could not see the similar faces in the university and colleges. Likewise, that panic station was gradually shaped by the structure of the university, which mostly adopted the neoliberal framework to use Nepali language or to English language, or to recognize the Western modern worldview in the research, publication, and reading, and even assignments. So that kind of situation perpetuated that panic station and expanded their problem in higher education. Next. Lastly, we envision a kind of very inclusive higher education policy, curriculum, pedagogy, teacher, faculty, staff, and administration to reform higher education institution for embrace the diversity and institution. And next important thing is to ensure the constitutional right to get opportunity to learn in mother tongue in the school days, perhaps develops their confidence, not only to get access to the higher education, but also to preserve the indigenous languages and culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're done with the speakers for this session, and I want to thank everybody for your beautiful presentations and for your dedication to strengthening indigenous languages and supporting indigenous languages in such diverse areas. These are great examples of how science, education, technology, indigenous language speakers, and knowledge holders can work together to enhance our understanding of the multifaceted roles of indigenous languages in society. We have heard examples from Hawaiian taxonomy of Ma'i. We have learned about the multiple meanings behind the indigenous concept of kaush. We have heard the diverse ways to breathe in Algonquin languages today. We learned about the examples of how good relationships with communities allow to produce good materials and foster language characterization. The session touched upon the work with the communities with full involvement of indigenous knowledge holders, and we actually have heard examples that really show us how to do this in a good way. First, we've heard also about the challenges, including the impact of top-down language policies, the development of the writing systems, the high importance of access to education in indigenous languages, and the complexities associated with the rights to education in relation to caste systems and gender. We also were hearing today about the critical importance about bringing in the awareness and visibility of indigenous languages. And also we've learned about the next generation of indigenous-led technologies, as well as technological challenges and opportunities. So
public
I think we might
les
have
produits culturels et artistiques
a
afin
few
de
minutes
contribuer
for
au développement
maybe one
harmonieux
question,
et
and
équilibré de l'économie et
I
de la
can see
culture.
in the Q&A
Nous
section
partageons la même vision. Nous vous
a question
remercions
for
de votre
Patrick, and I'm not
appui
sure if Patrick
et
wants to address this one.
notamment de votre appui financier au FIDC. J'espère que d'autres entreprises
Well, I'm halfway through typing out an
suivre
answer
dans le sillage
to
de
that one.
ces bailleurs de fonds coréens.
Oh,
J'aimerais également
oh, there are more questions.
saisir cette opportunité
Yep,
pour
there's another
remercier
question.
les plus grands bailleurs ou donateurs du
Anyway,
FIDC qui ont appuyé de manière
I will
constante
continue
le
typing
FIDC
and
depuis
I'll
plus
get
de
right
10
back
ans.
to you.
Sans votre
Okay,
aide,
yeah, for the
notre
question
travail serait
on
encore impossible.
Hindi and the
Comme
origin
on
and
peut
the
le voir
roots
dans la
linked to
brochure du
India,
FIDC,
I'm not
les
sure if
10
there's
premiers
anybody here
donateurs
who
sont
can
la
respond to
la
this
Norvège,
question
le
or
Canada, le Brésil, l'Allemagne, la Belgique, la Finlande, l'Espagne, la Chine,
and there is
le
also
Mexique, la Suède, la Suisse,
we have a representative from the Global Platform, Indigenous Peoples Global Forum for Sustainable Development, who has a concern
Nous avons entendu
that the Indigenous peoples'
témoignages
languages are ruled
et je
out
crois
in the
que
use of the
les
legislation
remarques
and the
de culture
educational
de
schools,
M.
and
David
Indigenous
Khalili
peoples' languages
nous
value are going down towards
c'est parce que
disappearing in our community
aideront à mieux
because of the influence
comprendre
of
ou
other
avoir
communities in the different
une autre perspective
institutions where
sur l'importance
Indigenous
des
peoples
investissements dans
are
la
in
diversité créative
relation
et
to
culturelle. Vous avez
non-Indigenous
la parole,
peoples.
Monsieur David
How
Khalili.
we could protect and conserve
Merci.
our languages for future
Le
generations.
secrétaire. Vos Excellences, chers amis,
Does anyone
mesdames et
want
messieurs,
to respond to this?
la Fondation Khalili
It feels like
beaucoup d'importance au concept de philanthropie
our section
culturelle,
today was actually
c'est-à-dire
provide an
l'accepter de
example
donner,
on
de partager la
some
connaissance
examples,
culturelle par le biais de
some
financement,
very
de
brief
recherche,
examples about
d'exposition,
how
de
we can
publication,
actually
que ce soit en ligne
protect
ou
and help
sur le
together
terrain.
to
Je suis moi-même
sustain our languages, to stabilize our
totalement
languages
immergée
in
dans
our
le
regions
monde
that
de
have
l'art et ce
such
depuis plus de 5
different
décennies.
histories,
J'en
such
suis
different
parvenue à
governance
la conclusion que
systems,
le langage de l'art
such
est un langage
different
universel.
approaches.
Il y a beaucoup
And
beaucoup
going
plus de
into the
choses qui nous
international
unissent
decade of
que
Indigenous
de choses qui nous
languages, it is
divisent
important
sous,
for all of us to view
sur cette terre.
multilingualism as
Que nous
an
créons, que nos
opportunity.
ancêtres ont créé,
It is time to start
témoigne de
referring
cette
to
vérité
Indigenous
universelle. Il
languages
s'agit
not
d'une
as frozen
vérité
in the past
essentielle
and hence as libraries of
qui a
archaic
toute
knowledge,
son importance
but rather
aujourd'hui.
we should view them as important
L'art, c'est
treasuries
l'un
of
des
contemporary knowledge that are
grands
fostering
outils dont dispose
sustainable development
l'humanité
in the
pour se
21st
fédérer.
century.
C'est l'art qui
And
nous
in
permet
this regard,
de vraiment nous connaître, de vraiment nous voir. L'art a une
education,
influence
technology,
sur nos
and
cœurs, notre
science
esprit,
have
que
unique
ce soit sur
opportunities
le
to
plan individuel ou
provide meaningful
collectif.
support
L'art peut être une
that will
force
encourage effective
fédératrice
outcomes.
extrêmement puissante pour l'humanité.
I wish that
C'est pour cela que
I
je
hope
n'ai
that all of
aucun
us today will
doute
carry
que
on the
le fait
lessons we've
d'investir dans
learned from
l'économie
this section.
créative constitue une mission essentielle
And
pour
I
nous. Elle
wish
nous
you good
permet
luck
de préserver notre avenir.
with your
Le
beautiful
Fonds
work, with your very
international pour la
important work,
diversité
and I will
culturelle
probably
de l'UNESCO, le
finish the
FIDC,
session today.
est
And thank everybody for coming and listening
l'un des rares fonds de dotation au monde
joining
qui a
this publication
aussi bien
and listening to the
l'expertise que la
experiences from the
capacité
ground.
technique
Thank you.
autonomiser, à renforcer, valoriser les artistes, les auteurs, les penseurs, afin qu'ils deviennent une force de changement.
Oh, and I will give the floor to
et
the next moderators, actually, of the next session. Yes, Jorge Lemus and Juan Manuel
J'encourage tous les
Espinosa.
gouvernements, les partenaires et les particuliers à s'engager à soutenir le FIDC.
Hello, Tatiana. Thank you very much.
La journée
And
internationale de la diversité
thank you,
culturelle, il est d'autant
everybody,
plus
and
important
thank you, UNESCO,
de nous souvenir
for this
que
possibility.
cette
My name is
diversité
Juan Manuel
est
Espinosa
essentielle au développement et à la paix.
from
C'est pour
Instituto
cela
Caricuervo in
que la
Colombia,
Fondation
and
Cali
along with Jorge Lemos
est tout
from
à fait
Universidad Don Bosco
honorée
in El Salvador,
d'avoir
we
eu
will
l'occasion
be the
récemment de travailler de
moderators
pair
for this
avec
panel.
l'UNESCO
The
pour la
panel
publication
is
d'un livre,
social
d'un ouvrage
inclusion and
historique
gender
marquant le
equality.
20e
We
anniversaire
have
de la
9
Déclaration universelle
presenters.
sur la diversité
So
culturelle.
without much
Cet
further ado,
ouvrage
we will be
renferme
giving the floor
des
to the
citations
first presenter.
de certains des penseurs, des artistes
But
et des
before
activistes
doing so,
les plus
we just want
importants
to
de notre époque.
remind the
Aujourd'hui, en cette
presenters
journée
that we have
historique, nous
7
aimerions
minutes to do
annoncer la tenue
the
du
presentation,
Festival mondial de la
and at
diversité
the end
culturelle, un
we will
programme
be
d'une durée
receiving
d'un an, comprenant
questions
des
from
événements,
the
des
chat,
activités
and along with
commenceront
some short
et seront le
conclusions
couronnement de la Journée
that Jorge
internationale de
and
la
I will
diversité
try
culturelle
to
en faveur
do
du dialogue et
on
du
the go.
développement le 21 avril.
Well,
Je vous
thank
donne
you
un
very much
exemple des
again.
activités. Il y
Jorge,
aura
please
notamment une série
go ahead.
de webinaires, de réflexions organisés sous le titre Designing
Okay,
for
good morning,
Diversity,
everyone, and
concevoir pour la diversité.
I'm pleased
Comment
to
construire un
moderate
monde interculturel.
together with
Tout
Juan
cela se
this
fera en partenariat avec le Aspen
this
Institute.
session. This
Les
is a very
institutions
important
culturelles
session
du
because
monde
we'll be
seront
talking
invitées à
about
participer et à
equality
créer leur propre
and
manifestation sur
inclusion,
le thème
which
de
is
la diversité
two
culturelle.
important things
Il s'agira
in
de
language
les synchroniser avec
revitalization
le Festival
and fight for
mondial.
language rights.
En
Language
travaillant main dans
is
la
a
main,
very
nous
powerful
espérons
weapon
pouvoir
that can
apporter une
unify
pierre
societies, but it can
à
also divide
l'édifice de
them,
la paix, à
excluding
faire tomber les
linguistic
obstacles,
minorities
à
from the
construire des
benefits of
passerelles
modern
entre les
society.
cultures,
As happens in most
les
societies in the world where minority languages speakers lack political
différentes croyances et les
representation,
différents
they
modes de vie.
rarely or never have access
Je
to
me
formal
réjouis d'avance
education
de
in their
recevoir
native
vos idées, vos
language and are
propositions,
prevented
car
from
ensemble, nous pouvons
climbing the
dépasser des
social
barrières.
ladder, or their
C'est
languages
maintenant
are
un
usually
grand
excluded
honneur pour moi que de partager
from the
avec vous une
media, right?
petite vidéo
Who
de 2
use
minutes
exclusively
sur
the
ce
majority
festival
languages.
et
So
qui
the
comprend un
talks
message
today,
spécial de la
the
part du
papers today will be
secrétaire général des Nations
talking
Unies et
or
de part et
addressing
d'autre
these
de la
issues,
Fondation.
which
Nous entendrons donc le secrétaire général Antonio Guterres
from different perspectives, different
en
theoretical
célébration de la Journée
backgrounds and
mondiale
different
de la
experiences
diversité culturelle en
around the
faveur du
world.
dialogue et du
I
développement.
will,
Et
as
j'espère
Juan
que vous
said,
apprécierez cette
we
vidéo.
have 7 minutes for each speaker, and we will be starting with, and I want to know if they are already connected. We're starting with Mr. Ben Braithwaite from Trinidad and Tobago, who will be talking about research, collaboration, and recognizing the value of indigenous sign languages, a Caribbean perspective. So, Mr. Braithwaite, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Could I ask that the video be played in the first slide?
This is a richness, not a threat.
That's the second slide, back to the first one.
Every community feels that their identity, their culture is being respected. Let us all support culture and its power to advance dialogue and development for the benefit of all.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ben. I live and work in Trinidad and Tobago. My research focuses on sign languages used all across the Caribbean region. My presentation today will be delivered bilingually. So on the slides in the video you can see me presenting in American Sign Language, and simultaneously I will be interpreting into spoken English. In case there are problems with viewing the video, the quality of the video freezing or Zoom issues, I will make the signed version of the presentation available online. Next slide, please.
Let me say something that's it's very close
Et je voudrais dire quelque chose qui me tient à cœur. Je fais des conférences partout dans le monde et de temps en temps, on me
Around the
demande
world, there are
quelle
many
est
different
votre
sign
définition
languages
de la réussite,
spread
du
all
succès.
over the world.
Peu importe la discipline, amitié, famille,
And
entreprise,
new sign languages
événements,
are
projets.
created within communities.
Et je
So,
suis
for
très
example, when you have a
direct dans ce que je
community
réponds. Je dis
that has
toujours,
deaf, perhaps
c'est en trois
deafblind, and
phases,
hearing
en trois
people
temps.
within it,
On rêve,
as part of the course of normal interaction, socialization, and communication, people will create their own ways of signing, their own ways of communicating, their own ways of socializing. And as a result of that, a sign language can be spread and acquired throughout the community. And this has happened many, many times around the world.
Thank you for
we don't know currently how many indigenous sign languages there are in the world. And the reason for that is there simply hasn't been a great deal of research and documentation of sign languages in indigenous communities.
Avec une telle passion de
Next slide.
notre vision partagée pour protéger et faire avancer la diversité culturelle par des investissements intelligents dans le
Recently,
renforcement
there's
des
been
capacités
an increased interest
et la
actually in
formation des
research
compétences
with new
en
projects being
alimentant la
set up around the
recherche
world
des
looking
secteurs
at
créatifs,
sign
surtout
languages
pour
in
le
indigenous
bienfait de la
communities.
jeunesse, des femmes
Most of the researchers
et
doing
d'autres
this
groupes
work
vulnérables
are not
à
themselves
travers les
indigenous,
pays
most
dans
of them
le
are white
sud.
people, and most of them
Nous
are
mettons en
hearing.
œuvre la Convention
Deaf
2005.
researchers tend to be very
Nous
underrepresented.
nous réjouissons à la perspective de travailler en étroite collaboration avec vous dans l'avenir proche
And
pour faire en sorte
sometimes
que ce
the
festival
research
mondial pour la
questions that are of
diversité
interest
culturelle
to
soit vraiment
researchers
un événement
don't align well with the
And for the
interests
representatives of
and the
the
needs
parties
of the
mentioned, please
communities who
note
are being researched.
the official letter asking for voluntary contribution of at least 1% of the regular
So
contribution.
when I talk about community
to
needs,
the UNESCO's
I want to say a little bit
regular
more about what I mean by that,
to
giving some
all,
examples from my experience of
concerned
research in indigenous
on
communities
April
in
19th,
Guyana.
and we've received announcements of
I've worked in two indigenous
from
communities in different parts of Guyana,
of over 300,000
and both of them have
We've also
different
received
sign
further
languages.
commitments from pledges from
In the
several
first
countries
community,
announcing their
deaf
intention
and hearing
to
people all sign, they communicate quite well, but there are challenges when deaf children try to access school. The teachers don't sign, they only speak, there is no interpreting, there is no access, and the deaf children are excluded in education. Another problem that exists within that same community is a deaf woman went to report a crime at the local police station. And when she went to report the crime, she took with her a friend from her village, a hearing person who could sign to interpret. But the police wouldn't accept that person as a legitimate interpreter. They felt that she could not bring someone from her own village to interpret, but needed to bring a professional interpreter from the capital of Guyana. But this couldn't work because the sign language used in the capital and the sign language of this particular indigenous community are completely different.
Creative and cultural sectors. This is not something that we can think about after the fact because they
in the second community,
positive change. They are at the very
again,
heart
there
of
is a
what
sign
makes us human
language,
beings.
and again, deaf and hearing people sign and communicate with each other.
The IFCD on the website.
And this language is used across a very large area around several different villages.
And it will give you a very
And in some villages, there are several deaf people who have full access to sign language. But in other communities, especially on the peripheries of the region, there are deaf people, whether younger or older, who don't have access to signing, don't have the opportunity to acquire the sign language used in the region, and who, as a result, experience language deprivation.
This will give us visibility and will show the considerable
So I want to
work
finish
that has been
with
undertaken
three
and that is
suggestions.
Currently underway.
The first is that we need to provide more support for indigenous people to research sign languages in their communities, to document those languages, and to assist in the development of those languages.
And also
That would include both
both
deaf researchers and hearing researchers.
and that have been involved in the organizing today's event. I think
We must ensure that the research questions that drive research into indigenous languages are aligned with the interests and the needs of those communities themselves. And finally, we must ensure that the discussions and events and information surrounding this kind of topic are fully inclusive to deaf people, to deaf researchers, to deaf professionals, to deaf policymakers, to deaf community leaders, and deaf communities themselves.
Creativity through music,
And that means, for
performing
example,
arts, films,
in events like
visual
today,
arts and design drives our
where we
ideas
have
and emotions,
interpreting
often
into Spanish
yielding
and French
an
and
unstoppable
English,
yearning to
but we
connect,
don't have
to question,
sign
and
language
to be
interpreting.
understood.
And it would be wonderful
But
to see
culture and
in the
creativity
future,
are a lot
greater
more
access
than an
for
expression
deaf
of our
participants.
identity. They are livelihoods,
Thank you very much
careers,
for
and economic
watching.
opportunities for people around the world.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Worldwide,
That was
the
right on
creative
time.
economy employs
Our
over
next
30
speaker
million people,
or speakers
generating some
are
2.25
Rachel
billion
Lair
US
and
dollars.
Florence Shahabi
Unlike
from the United
industries
Kingdom
that depend on
and
finite
from
materials
Northern
like
Ireland.
coal,
They will be
timber,
talking about the
oil,
linguistic atlas of
creativity is
Afghanistan,
an infinite
history of
renewable
language
resource.
policies in Afghanistan,
That's
and next
why
steps
the
in
creative
academic
economy
collaboration.
holds the key
So,
to achieving a sustainable future
I
where
don't know who
decent
of the
jobs are
two,
available,
Florence?
inequality is reduced, and gender
Yes,
equality
So I give you
is
the
a
floor.
reality.
Okay. Yeah, nice.
Employing more young people than
Thank
any
you for
other
this welcome.
sector, the creative
Thank you.
industries
Do you hear
are
me?
crucial to include in
Yes.
cultural
Very well.
policies
I hear you.
and for the opportunities
Great.
of future
Thank you for
generations.
this welcome, and thank you for putting this
Populations that
paper
are
in a
often
section on
marginalized
social
by traditional
inclusion
job
and gender
markets,
equality.
including women,
I am a
indigenous
fellow of the
peoples, and
Norwegian
migrants,
Institute of
find their
Philology,
place
and
in
my
this
research looks
dynamic
at modern
sector.
Afghanistan's cultural history.
UNESCO's 2005
I would like to start by
Convention
saying
on
that
the
at a
protection
time when
and promotion of
Afghanistan
the
has
diversity
abruptly
of cultural
fallen out of the news
expressions
cycle,
aims to
while
unlock
people are
culture's
still in dire
potential
need of
contributions to
humanitarian aid,
sustainable
the
development.
UNESCO motto is a touchstone.
But we must work
From the
together
Constitution,
and scale
you'll recall,
up our efforts.
since
Equitable
wars begin
digital
in the
access
minds
and
of men and
transformation,
women, it is in the
a
minds of
balanced
men and
flow of
women
cultural
that the
goods between
defenses of
developed
peace must
and
be
developing
constructed.
countries.
Language
Artistic
preservation
freedom
and language
partnership with civil
policy
society
offer such
are
sites
key
for the creation
ingredients
of
to a
long-standing
thriving
peace
culture sector
in a country
that the
and a
convention
region.
supports.
However, turning to
More than
cultural diplomacy to
150
support
countries
the
have
aims of
signed this
peacekeeping as a
international
first
agreement,
option
making
rather
a
than a
clear
last
commitment
resort,
to
and as a
comprehensively
framework of
supporting
mutual
the local
understanding
creative
rather than
economy
further
through
prejudice
policies,
twinned with
measures,
coercive
training
interventionism,
opportunities,
is a
international
prerequisite for
cooperation,
such sites to
data
exist.
collection, and more.
The history of
The
language
creative economy
policies in
belongs to
Afghanistan
us all.
is an exploration
Together,
of
let's
linguistic
unleash
duality in
its
a
power.
plurilingual society. Persian has been described by many as the lingua franca of the region. In the area of modern Afghanistan, Persian language has dominated culture, education, and government administration for centuries. What previously was only a monolingual Persian language administration became bilingual through the promotion of the Pashto language, when in 1936, Pashto was elevated to the status of an official language. The 2004 Constitution of Afghanistan recognizes Pashto and Dari, Persian, as official languages, with neither being designated as the national language. It also recognizes other minority languages as being a third official language and encourages access to education and media in these languages as well. The Taliban ruled Afghanistan for barely 5 years, beginning in 1996. The dominant language and culture of the Pashto regime was Pashto and Pashtun, as the leadership of the Taliban were rural Pashtuns. There were no official language decrees made during that era, and there has been no official pronouncement on the matter as of yet. The Linguistic Atlas of Afghanistan was an ambitious but unfinished project undertaken in the 1960s. Its aims were to document linguistic data from languages and dialects spoken across Afghanistan and in adjacent areas, in order to publish a multi-volume linguistic atlas of Iranian languages, a branch of the Indo-Iranian languages in the Indo-European language family. The project was led by the Swiss linguist Georges Rodin and by the Norwegian philologist Jorg Morgenstern. The fieldwork was carried out by a group of local student researchers from different backgrounds, a Pashto speaker from Nangarhar, a Kabuli Persian student, and a bilingual Pashto native from Kandahar. These Afghan linguists surveyed over 250 sites across the country. Unfortunately, the team was an all-male one, with the exception of a French female photographer and a Swiss illustrator, who made limited aspects of the domestic life of women, especially in rural regions, accessible to the rest of the group. UNESCO has a long-standing role in Afghanistan with respect to promoting social inclusion and gender equality, and by the same token, contributing to raising awareness about exclusions and inequalities.
the International Council for Philosophy and Humanistic Studies within UNESCO was able to support the work of the students for the duration of the project. Those Afghan students were then invited to the University of Bern and other Western institutions to pursue postgraduate degrees that would allow them to join the Institute of Linguistics at Kabul University as a new generation of Afghan linguistic scholars, more open to the idea of including women and people of diverse ethnic backgrounds as investigators and informants for their future studies. The linguistic record of the Linguistic Atlas of Afghanistan includes data on Iranian, Indian, Nuristani, Dardic, Dravidian, Turco-Mongol, and Semitic languages in the form of 269 responses to a questionnaire of nearly 2,000 questions, 90 audio reels of supplementary material, such as poetry, folktales, songs, and vignettes of family life, jokes, and Quranic recitations, and other material. In addition, the archive contains approximately 4,500 photographs, 2,000 slides, and 400 illustrations reflecting the material aspects of Afghan culture. Since the project was initiated over 60 years ago, it offers a time depth of information that is invaluable. Collected during a period of relative peace in Afghanistan, the material yields insights into numerous linguistic and cultural changes over time, such as dialect particularities, the impact of standardization, and aerial contact features. The materials of the atlas also offer a window into Afghanistan at a time before massive shifting demographics due to extended periods of conflict and war, as well as economic and social pressures. Many of the areas where those surveys were conducted are inaccessible to scholars now and for the foreseeable future. The outcome of this project will produce invaluable human resources and scholars trained, material for language planners, educational tools, documentation of lost languages and cultures, and preservation of endangered and at-risk languages. Despite the de facto regime in power now, this dormant archive is a living repository of language and culture by and for Afghans in Afghanistan, the vast diaspora of speakers of Afghan languages, and the scholarly community at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Well, the next three speakers have not yet connected, and so we have to move ahead to the following speaker, right? Who is Laura Huar, Laura Edith Saavedra, and from Mexico. El papel del derecho indígena en la revitalización de la lengua y las epistemologías indígenas. No sé si Laura está conectada.
Sí, aquí estoy. ¿Me escucho bien?
Yes, here I am. Can you hear me? Yes, Laura, we can hear you. Okay, so you have the floor for your presentation. You have 7 minutes. Welcome. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for this space in order to present briefly how we have collaborated to this very important publication. I will talk to you about my anthropologic work in the community of the Altos de Chiapas in Mexico. And my research took a very interesting turn because I was I came to understand the meaning of justice for the women who live in the Altos de Chiapas in their indigenous communities in Mexico. But in order to understand this meaning as an anthropologist, I had to start learning the Setal language so that I would be able to find the knowledge and those deep wisdom that would allow me to understand what justice meant to them. And while I was there in the communities and I was sharing time with the communities, and when I saw the violence that they were suffering from in the different courts, I realized that in the indigenous courts, there is a very interesting possibility to rescue or revitalize indigenous languages.
that exist in the Altos de Chiapas region. So the research that I'm going to introduce focuses mainly on introducing the knowledge and the different meanings that I find in the Bansicón Sertal, which is the true Sertal world in these indigenous courts. I arrived at Altos de Chapa in 2015 in order to conduct this study related to the different meanings in the different courts. My main work was carried out in different indigenous law courts together with women who were there to complain about things that had happened. In the Altos de Chapa, different languages are spoken, such as Celtal, Chol, Maya, Tacolabal, with different variants that make this context a context where indigenous languages are very important. In all the indigenous courts, during the hearings are carried out in the language of the communities. And in general, none of the people there speak Spanish. And while getting to know this, I acknowledge these courts of indigenous law, and I realized that actually these are places where we can learn about these indigenous languages, and we can realize how important it is to maintain intercultural dialogues between both kinds of law, the state law and the indigenous law, and that this may lead to different ways of understanding from a more collective point of view the ways of the indigenous living and the world, the cosmovision of the world. In that way, we would be able to allow indigenous peoples to access justice from their own knowledge and their own languages, because in general, in their state, Spanish is spoken, and many people are not really allowed to speak in their own languages.
So I wanted to rethink justice from our philosophy, and I have developed a proposal to visualize these meanings. In this document, I wanted to recover certain key points of that extensive, comprehensive research that dates back many years to show evidence of the meanings that there are in of corazon are in justice. This is an attitude towards the colonialism of knowledge and wisdom, and it shows us that our humanity is built by the interrelationship between affection and reason, and the horizon is the existence of the meaning of different philosophies to build not only a different academic proposal, but also other ways of understanding existence. This is a quote. Now, in Altos de Chiapas, we focus on Lotan, the heart, and Chule Chulelal, which is the spirit. That is our philosophy, and that's why Shuno Lopez, philosopher, mentions that Centales are a heart-based society, thinking from the heart and their minds, and they cannot separate their thoughts from their feelings. Indigenous law sees legal controversies as a matter that all the community needs to participate in order to solve the controversy itself. All the people who go there have the same right to participate, to speak as part of these legal discussions. When I was there, I realized the importance that Indigenous law has when it comes to revitalizing our languages. Not only in our community, I was able to acknowledge that in these discussions, when they took place in the mother tongues, women had many more chances to explain their problems about the violence that they had to face in their communities, doing it with their mother tongues, talking from their experience. This matter is very important in state courts where legal matters are discussed in Spanish, the indigenous women involved in these cases have very few chances to express themselves in their mother tongues. And when they are not bilingual, these women remain silent and they do not participate in these legal matters because they are monolingual, they are victimized, they are discriminated because we rarely have indigenous language translators in state courts for these women to explain the violence that they are suffering. As I was saying, in the indigenous courts, they do have the chance to be able to explain, to express themselves about the oppression that they suffer, the repression in their communities. And in that regard, languages give indigenous women the main character role. They can defend themselves with their mother tongues. And that's what my anthropological analysis is all about in this document. I talk about the importance of these spaces, of women being able to talk in their mother tongues and to be able to talk from their traditional knowledge, their point of view of their own wisdom, philosophy, language, rights. Sorry, Laura, but you have running out of time. Oh, it's very important to keep these spaces alive within the indigenous communities. That is my conclusion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Laura. Now, let's give the floor to Juan Manuel, who will be introducing the following speakers. Juan, you have the floor. Jorge, thank you so much. Let's move on to the following speaker from Colombia, Yolanda Parra. She will be talking about her project Puntada Palabra Memoria, Yarns for Peace and Recovery of the Cacachucua language within the Cacuamo people in Colombia. You have the floor, Yolanda.
Tienes el micrófono cerrado, Yolanda.
You're muted.
Yolanda, no te escuchamos.
Yolanda, we cannot hear you.
Miss Para, you need to have a headset with microphone because we can see that your computer, the sound of your computer is not working. Thank you. When you click on, do you see the little arrow next to the microphones icon? When you click on it, you can select the right microphone. At the bottom left, you have your micro and the little arrow. When you click on this little arrow, you have select a microphone. You can try another one, but I think that you need a headset with microphone or earphones with microphone. No, we can't hear you now. Okay, she's good. Mr. Espinosa, I think that we can move on.
Thank you very much. Vamos a pasar entonces.
So let's move on to the following presentation. We have next Ana Daniela Leiva and Fausto Ángel Díaz.
She's not here.
Bueno, entonces Pasemos entonces a Janet.
So let's move on to Janet Katia Apaza Wanka. You have the floor. Hello, can you hear me well? Yep. Okay, thank you. Good morning from Bolivia.
Ay, perdón, buenos días.
In Aymara, I would like to talk about this language, and I would like to dedicate this research to those who have lost their Aymara language and identity. Let me greet in my language.
Hila kuyakanaka aymara aruski pasipsañanata saki punira kispawa nayahmunta chikanchaña acá yatichawi kitinekatek identidad ukat aymara aru chakayasipki ukanakaru. Bueno, a continuación quiero invitarles.
I would like to invite you to share the video presentation. Musical reflection of the Aymara language through the language and oral tradition. I would like to dedicate this research to those who have lost their Aymara identity and language. The experience that I want to share today is to show how through Aymara music, one can recover Aymara identity and connect with their language. This is a millenary identity with the second largest population group in Bolivia. It extends through different countries in Latin America, and its wisdom and knowledge is cross-border. Suma Camaña is living well. My experience to recover my identity and language is something that I lived personally throughout my PhD research far away from Bolivia. When I was studying the Aymaras, Quechuas, I am Aymara, but my identity was fragmented and I couldn't fully understand it. I had also lost my language because it hadn't been taught to me by my parents because of the discrimination they faced. But this fragmented memory of my identity and language gradually was reconstructed with a study methodology, Aymara music. Even though music is a concept that doesn't exist in Aymara language, it can be associated to Tuña, Quirquiña, Jaliña. These activities are carried out in a specific space. However, for a general broad understanding of it, I will use the word music. So Aymara music brought those values and principles and ancestral knowledge back to me. What is necessary to live well? This reconstruction method wasn't new. What was new was the music approach based on the Aymara Kipnaira thought. It translates as you should walk always remembering the past in order to face your future. This is related to the cyclic time cosmovision of the Aymara peoples. They focused on ancestors and the past. That is the experience I want to convey. I want people to listen to and reflect about Aymara music, which brings messages from the past to the present and the future. The musical reflection of Aymara starts with two Calamarca songs. Tupac Katamari was a Aymara leader who confronted the Spanish, and this dates back to the colonial past. The song starts with a putut, and they start to tell their childhood, the colonials arriving in their village, then their youth and the slavery of their people, and how they had fixed ideas of dreaming about freedom for the whole continent. And he was killed tragically because he was so rebellious, but his pledge is still heard today.
La segunda canción es Ponchos
Rojos. The second song is Ponchos Rojos. I invite you to listen to the Achachila elders' voice to live in peace with the universe. In the Aymara discourse of this speech, we are reminded that 500 years have gone by of a lot of suffering and pain, and we have lived as though we were less human, but it asks us for Aymaras to be optimistic, to raise the great nation of Collasuibe.
El último tema es el
Lastly, this song is the most emblematic one from the Rupai band Hachauru, or The Great Day. It is an anthem in Aymara that brings us hope, and it talks about the great day that approaches to put an end to pain and misery. It talks about parents and children. We need to remember the great day of our liberation is approaching. It talks about historical events and emancipation.
Finalmente, concluiré.
Finally, I would like to conclude with this Aymara anthem.
Amuya siphañani hutaskiway. Tajpacha, llaki nakasti. Amuya siphañani tukusina. Tatanakas, mamanakas, ukaha chauru hutaskiway. Hallalla Aymara aru.
I would like to thank UNESCO's Indigenous Language Decade, my family, Dr. Jesus Lima Torrado.
Hola. Bueno.
Hello. Well, I would like to thank the organization of the Indigenous Language Decade and also Paisuma in my language. Thank you so much.
Janet, muchas gracias por la presentación.
Thank you, Janet, for your presentation. Now, let's give the floor again to Yolanda Parra, who will be trying to join the session for her presentation. Yolanda, you have the floor.
Buenos días, ¿me escuchan ahora sí?
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me well? Yes. We cannot see you though.
Decidí desconectar
I decided to turn off my camera
Voy a ver si puedo
just in case. Let's see if I can
el teléfono porque
join you with my phone because
en una región
I'm in a region
del norte de Colombia,
of the north,
donde
in the north of Colombia, where
difícil la conectividad.
Internet connection is a struggle, so that's why I'm facing some connection problems. Let's try to overcome them by using these devices. We would like to remind you that there's only 7 minutes per speaker per presentation. Yes. Well, Juntadas Palabras Memoria, Yarns for Peace and Recovery of the Cacachupua language with the Cancuamo people in Colombia is a project carried out with Saray Gutierrez and Rosa Manuela Montero, who are Cancuamo women and leaders in their communities. This document talks about the impact of armed conflicts in Colombia, specifically the impact for indigenous women and the women of the Cancuamo villages, one of the 4 villages of Sierra Nevada and Santa Marta. That's where the Arhuaco Wiwa peoples live, also Cancuamo. There are 4 in total, and only the Cancuamo community saw the biggest impact of the loss of their language, as is presented in the document, because of all the evangelists that reached the first village that they found to enter Sierra Nevada, which was the Cancuamo peoples in the capital of the territory. The Atancas community specifically. So the impact, I want to talk about the educational proposal and the integration proposal of education and the spiritual dimension of education and bringing up the community mission in the self-organization, from the self-organization perspective. we see that women keep
tejiendo y incorporando en la vida
stitching,
cotidiana
so to speak,
palabras
and
que son
incorporating in their daily
propias de
lives
la
these
lengua
words that
cacachua y que
belong
se han
to the
venido
Cacachua
recuperando desde la
language and that we have
oralidad con los otros
recovered
pueblos, como lo
orally
es el pueblo
in
Kogi, que
the
dice
Kogi
tener
peoples
guardada la
as
lengua
well. They say
cacachua. Entonces, términos
have
como, por
stored
ejemplo,
the
buchique, que es
Cacachua
la
language.
boca de la
Buchique is a
mochila,
word
cunche, que es un alimento
referring to a part
tradicional,
of a backpack,
y otras
chucue,
palabras, susúcaro,
traditional
que
food,
es el mochilón
sucaro,
gigante.
which is the big
Entonces,
backpacks.
se ha adelantado también por
In
parte de
general, we have
lingüistas
made a lot of
propios,
progress thanks to linguists,
estudiosos del pueblo cancuamo, una
academics of the
recopilación
Cancuamo
de
peoples. We have
archivos que se han
basically
encontrado
collected
precisamente en
archives,
Francia,
documents
a
found in
partir de las
France
misiones y
specifically
de
because
toda
of those
la
missions that came
palabra evangelizadora que hubo.
from
Chipire,
all the
que es una
evangelists. Chipire,
metodología
for
que
example, is
se
a
está
methodology
incorporando
that is being
desde el tejido en las prácticas de
incorporated
aula, también
in
es una
classroom
palabra
practices. It is
cacachua.
also a
Entonces,
Cacachua
Saray
word.
Gutiérrez
So
Montero,
Saray
en
Gutiérrez
su
Montero,
proceso de
in her
licenciatura en etnoeducación en la Universidad de La Guajira en
process when
Colombia,
she was studying
hace
at the Guajira
su
University in Colombia,
investigación a
she
partir de las
researched
afectaciones
the
de las
impacts
mujeres
for
del pueblo
women
cancuamo y sobre
of the
todo de las
Cancuamo
mujeres y de las
peoples,
familias
especially
desplazadas en contexto de
women
ciudad en la
and
ciudad de
families that
Riohacha.
have been
Y se
displaced in
llega
Riohacha and the
como a
city, and
partir de un
it
proceso de
focuses on how
recordar y de
from a
tejer ese
process of
pensamiento,
stitching
se
these
genera también
thoughts,
un proceso
recovering
de
these thoughts, we
reconexión
create a
identitaria y
reconnection
una
with our
reconexión
identity and a
identitaria que se vincula
reconnection
directamente
that
con la
is linked
mochila. La
directly
mochila,
with
más allá de un
backpacks. And
elemento
apart
físico,
from being a physical object,
es un lenguaje
backpacks
simbólico, es
are
un
a
lenguaje de la memoria
symbolic
cancuama,
element
donde
of
el
the
chipire, que
Cancuama
es el
memory
fondo de
word
la
chipime,
mochila,
which is
lo
the
vienen
bottom of
tejiendo en
the
forma de espiral
backpack,
y se
is
corresponde
stitched as
con
a
el
spiral, and it
territorio.
corresponds
Asimismo, la
and it
boca de la
matches the
mochila también
territory,
viene
and the top
relacionada
part of
en
the
lengua
backpack is
cacachua
also
como
in
buchique
Cacachua
con la boca, pero
called
también la boca
buchique. It's
humana
called
por
the
donde
mouth.
entra el
This is
alimento,
related
por
to
donde
human
entra
mouths where
esa
we
palabra que
use to
se
feed
guarda y
ourselves.
que se
It
guarda en
is
el
a word that
corazón.
is a symbol for the
Entonces,
storage and
digamos
keeping things
que
in our
siendo un
hearts.
pueblo que
So
perdió
as
totalmente
peoples
su
who had
lengua,
completely
le
lost their
apuesta a
language,
ese tejido y recuperación de
we
la
are
lengua
stitching
desde
back
el saber incorporado en las
our
prácticas de la vida
language
cotidiana de
from
las mujeres
daily
cancuamas,
knowledge of
como lo
the
es el tejido. Y se
Cancuama
plantea
women
la
and the
necesidad
relationship
de
with
incorporar en los
fabrics and
currículos
tissues, and
escolarizados
we want to
dentro
incorporate
de
in
las
curricula
prácticas
within
ancestrales de
ancestral
recuperación de la lengua
practices to
cacachucua,
recover the
el
Cacachuqua
tejido
language, this
como
tissue,
parte de la
this
memoria oral y
reference to
parte
fabric
de
as a
esos
part of our
lenguajes,
memory,
tiempos
of
y
our oral
lugares de la memoria
traditions,
cancuama. Mis dos
and the
compañeras
memory of the language
desafortunadamente no
Cancuama. I'm
pudieron
sorry because my two
acompañarnos
colleagues
hoy en
couldn't be
esta
here with us
presentación
today
porque están en
to
sus
present this
territorios
project
y
because
están
they
en
find
labores
themselves in their
comunitarias donde
territories
en este
carrying out
momento no
community
gozan
tasks, and
con la
this
conexión a Internet. Yo
time they
dejaría ahí,
don't have an internet connection. That's how I would
pienso
like
que he
to
sido
conclude.
bastante clara y
I think
breve
I've
para
been
poder
quite clear and concise
compartir con
because
ustedes
I wanted to share
la afectación grande del
really what
conflicto
the
armado en
big
Colombia, pero
impact of
también de
armed
la
conflict in
compañera, ya
Colombia
exponía la
was,
compañera de México, de la
but my
colonialidad del
colleague
poder, del
from
saber y
Mexico
del ser,
talked
que
about the
ha
plurality of
afectado
knowledge,
directamente no solo
wisdom,
la
and
identidad de
how
los pueblos, sino
identities of
una
peoples
afectación
are
gravísima que es la
impacted, and
discontinuidad de los saberes
there's a lack of
ancestrales que se
continuity
dan no
of
solo por la
traditional
ruptura
knowledge
identitaria,
because
sino
of that
por el
that
abandono
loss of
y la
identity
pérdida de la
and the
lengua
dropout,
ancestral. Muchas
abandoning,
gracias.
leaving our indigenous languages behind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Yolanda. Thank you for your presentation. Now we would like to give the floor to Gregorio Calizaya with his project Lexicon Barber for communication and revitalization of indigenous languages, the case of Aymara in Bolivia. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers of this event because they have provided us with this space to talk about the situation of indigenous languages, not only in Bolivia, but in the whole world. So I would like to start by providing a bit of context. Can you move on to the next slide, please? It's a bit difficult to manage this anyway. As I was saying, I wanted to present to you the context of Aymara. Aymara is one of the Andean peoples that are most important in the Andean area, and their origin is around the Titicaca Lake. Currently, Aymaras are in Bolivia, Peru, in the north of Chile, and in the north of Argentina. The Aymara peoples are mainly trade people. They trade different products. They are very good at this. And this language comes from the Hakiaru branch, the second that is most prevalent in the Andean areas, especially in Bolivia, after Quechua. In Bolivia, there are more than 1.5 million Aymara speakers. Now, when it comes to vocabulary, lexicon, I wanted to mention that other indigenous languages in Bolivia are different because Aymara has suffered a process of constant weakening of its vocabulary. For many years, Aymara has been a language confined to rural areas. For many years, it hasn't been something that we have worked on. We haven't strengthened our vocabulary. So Aymara lacks a framework, especially when it comes to spelling norms, grammar norms. There are many confusions as to how to write this language. This is a pending task. We need to work on regulation of the language. Many knowledge fields and contemporary social life, also language, mathematics, grammar, economics, those have been left, those have seen the Aymara language being tossed to a side. Why is this? Well, because there is a linguistic poverty to this language. The few linguistic jobs in Aymara have to do with creating dictionaries. In 1998, I presented my PhD to the San Andres University, and I saw that the vocabulary of the Aymara language was only formed by 9,000 words. With this vocabulary, the Aymara language cannot compete equally with Spanish, of course. There are communication situations where Aymara lacks the words for people to carry out conversations. One of the main problems with the Aymara language and other indigenous languages in Bolivia is that there is a linguistic poverty. There's a lexicon poverty. Now, next slide. Thank you. As I was saying, the main barrier to the strengthening of the Aymara language is lexicon, vocabulary. And this is something that that has been shown through many research projects. Aymara lexicon is not enough. It is not enough for communication in different fields. For example, there are no words for minutes, economics, inventory, audit, attachment, agenda, sick leave, context. These words don't exist in Aymara language. So what do Aymara people do? They do something that is very easy. They use Spanish words mixed with their Aymara language. In South America, especially Bolivia and Peru, people talk about Aymarañol, that mixture between Aymara and Spanish language. So in order to solve this poor lexicon problem, in our article, we propose the creation of lexical equivalents following 3 criteria. One is the number of syllables. Aymara language is quite concise in syllables. We can create very long words Our Bolivian colleague said the same thing. Words can be very, very long and form full sentences. People who want to learn Aymara find this difficult. Aymara gives you the possibility to create words that are very long to express concepts. And as I was saying, they're difficult to learn. So our criteria is we want, when we create new words, new vocabulary, we want words not to have more than 4 syllables. This will ease the learning of this new vocabulary. We will make it easier for them to learn, no problem. Another criteria is the semantic relationship. The created term needs to be closely linked with its meaning. For example, minute. How do I say the word minutes in a meeting? How do I say this in Aymara? We have created, what we have done in Aymara is provide a term that is linked to the meaning. And also a context harmony is the third criteria. Many linguists, well, some linguists have decided to create new lexicon for the Aymara language, but in some cases, for example, words have nothing to do with the context of the Aymara world. And they don't sound Aymara when you hear them, and this makes it difficult to learn again. I'm sorry, I have some problems with my camera. Sorry, but as I was saying, there are many factors that make it very difficult for people to learn Aymara. From our point of view, we think that one of the tasks that we need to work on to recover the Aymara language and other indigenous languages in Bolivia is strengthening the vocabulary, lexicon that is strictly linked with communication. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you are running out of time. 7 minutes have passed. You have 30 seconds for conclusions.
Pero lo que decía, ¿no? Lo que debemos hacer nosotros en Bolivia es trabajar en políticas.
I was saying that what we need to do in Bolivia is to work on linguistic policies that are real and that try to strengthen indigenous languages. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we will close this session and I will give the floor to Jorge Lemus so that we can pass on to the conclusions. Thank you very much, Juan Manuel, and thanks to all the participants of this session. I think it has been very enriching. We have learned a lot. And we have got to understand that actually our indigenous languages are threatened throughout the world. And this happens everywhere. The cases that we see in different geographical areas seem to reproduce themselves all over the world. It can be in Bolivia, Mexico, in Colombia, but this happens all over the place. There is discrimination, there is isolation, exclusion, there's no legislation, and there is no protection and safeguards for these minority languages. We talked about sign language here in this session as well, and we know that there are a lot of sign languages all over the world, but communities in general take them as a way of speaking Spanish, English, French, German, or whatever other language, and actually it's not like that. Sign language is a language in itself, and I think that this is why the presenter from Trinidad and Tobago was saying that teachers only speak English maybe, and that then they don't really focus on having children understand what they are saying. So there's no real regard for these problems. We also talked about a very interesting case in Chiapas about the courts of justices where the court uses native language and rarely Spanish. And this is not very common. Actually, this is quite atypical around the world. in general, at the courthouses, what we see is the dominant language being used. So I think that the Chiapas case is very, very interesting. I don't know if this happens in any other place, but it would be good if it did, because we really need to have qualified people who are working in these courthouses. They need to be bilingual. They need to speak the language of the region. So I thought that this was very, very interesting. And this is a problem that we see all over the world. And this happens maybe not only when it comes to indigenous peoples, but also maybe migrants face the same challenges. Sometimes they go to the courthouses and there's no one to interpret what they are saying. They don't really know what they are being accused of. And many times they go to prison and actually they get sentences that they didn't deserve. And finally, I would also like to point out what we have said about the use of art and music, what has been heard from Bolivia or Colombia, I don't remember. But actually, music is a form of art. So here we can see how we can use art to revitalize languages and to rebuild the identity of different peoples. Now, this is the first thing that's lost in general when a language is lost. It's music, language, theater, drama. All this is lost. And this has an impact on the communities, and it allows us to see, this reflection allows us to see things from another point of view. And when we see the song or the novel or whatever form of art it is, we realize how people are suffering when they get marginalized and they lose their culture. So this is the impact that we see due to the fact that languages are disappearing. I think this could be a summary of what we have seen so far, and I would give the floor to Juan Manuel now so that he can make some final comments. Thank you very much. Actually, I would like to look at another perspective. And I think that what these presentations are showing us is that many disciplines are working for communities and therefore for languages. There's a question here in the chat where we are asked what to do in order to help languages and to avoid them getting to a situation which they are at risk. There's a loss of linguistic sovereignty, and actually this is a problem. This is the same that happens with armed conflicts, social conflicts. The solution to preserve languages relies on the same processes related to development and work with the communities, and to also understanding the needs of those communities and participating together with them, engaging with them, if possible, so that the projects can be community-led. We have also seen examples of creation and recreation of an identity. It can be through music or through language. We have also seen how this research becomes a defense mechanism, a resilience mechanism. And we also see the hurdles posed by armed conflict in Colombia on the lack of access to the state or to the authorities, the lack of access to education, to justice, to health. They are fundamental rights, and they can be upheld if we help to strengthen indigenous communities' languages. So once again, thank you very much to all those of you who have contributed to this panel. Thank you very much to UNESCO. And I would like to give the floor to Christopher Mosley, who is the lead researcher, the coordinator of the reevaluation and selection process and author of the publication that we are presenting today. Christopher, go ahead, please.
Just before I start, I think Christina would like to say a word.
Yes, thank you very much for being here. I just wanted to invite everyone to activate your cameras so that we can take a collective picture. We're very happy to have all of you today and to hear such diversity of voices from different indigenous communities all over the world. So I think we go 3, 2, 1. We can take a few. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Yes, we are here to launch this publication in 3 major languages, the State of the Art of Indigenous Languages in Research. It's been a long time in preparation, and it's the result of a complex selection, review, and editorial process carried out between 2020 and 2022, and coordinated by the International Peer Review Team and the authors of the selected papers who we've been meeting today. And while it's been a lengthy process, the process allowed us to ensure a comprehensive review, a transverse view of and a holistic analysis, and a high quality research outputs and results. We're very happy with the results and consider this publication a unique resource for future research in this area of Indigenous languages. As you know, I'm sure you know, in the framework of the 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages, a global call for research papers was launched, inviting researchers from around the world to share their research outcomes and demonstrate a diversity of scholarship in the field of Indigenous languages and related issues. In line with the objectives of the action plan of the International Year, which was coordinated by UNESCO, this initiative aims to encourage the global academic and scientific community to leverage the value residing in the intellectual assets and linguistic heritage of Indigenous peoples for their own benefit and for their wider society. And we think as an editorial team, we have made good use of that value. To pre-select a small set of articles for publication, an international peer review team was established, composed of linguists, Indigenous researchers, leading experts with different specializations, and language editors. Analysis across themes was carried out to ensure a comprehensive approach. I'd like to present some key data and results related to this process. Nearly 300 researchers, that is 278 research papers, of which 195 were in English, 6 in French, and 77 in Spanish, from 63 countries submitted their articles in 2019 in that Year of Indigenous Languages, covering a range of issues related to linguistic diversity and multilingualism. 7 main thematic axes were identified to be covered by the submissions, and we've been covering them today in our sessions. Most research papers submitted focused on the theme of cultural heritage. That was 179 papers. And Indigenous education and knowledge, a lot of those as well, 167 of those, followed by humanitarian affairs and peace building, 76 papers. And then social inclusion and urbanization, 78 papers. Other papers were submitted under science and health, 46 papers, technology and digital activism, 33 papers, and gender equality, 24 papers. More statistics here. The top 15 countries by the number of research papers, accounting for a total of 203 research papers, which was 73% of the grand total. Mexico, with a very creditable 48 papers. United States of America, 31 papers. India, 25 papers. United Kingdom, 15 papers. Brazil, 11 papers. Canada, 11 papers. Australia, 8 papers. The plurinational state of Bolivia, 8 papers. Colombia, 8 papers. France, 8 papers. Pakistan, 7 papers. Philippines, 7 papers. Peru, 6 papers. Germany, 5 papers. And South Africa, 5 papers too. Those are the statistics in terms of number of participating countries in this project. Throughout 2020 and 2021, the authors of the 39 selected research papers, 27 in English, 8 in Spanish, and 4 in French, collaborated with the international peer review team to sharpen their arguments and conclusions and to integrate editorial comments. The selected articles were once again edited by English, French, and Spanish editors, and the final volume of the publication also includes articles produced by the peer reviewers, summarizing the selection and review process and providing an overview of the main thematic considerations, identifying gaps and challenges and opportunities. Overall, this multilingual collection includes 48 articles by researchers and analytical pieces by peer reviewers from 30 countries. So, what about recommendations for future research? That's one of the main objectives of our book, of our volume. The recommendations for future research in the field of Indigenous languages, identified by the authors of this volume, will inform future research and data collection efforts in the framework of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. In this regard, to strengthen global commitments for the preservation, revitalization, and promotion of Indigenous languages in all domains, UNESCO, in cooperation with Indigenous peoples organizations, governments, scholars, civil society, and other actors, elaborated a global action plan. The global action plan provides a strategic framework, outlines major actions and guidelines on implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of activities at the local, national, regional, and global levels for a wide range of stakeholders. The objectives of the International Decade can only be achieved through the joint, coherent, and well-coordinated efforts of all stakeholders. And I invite all of you to mobilize your colleagues, research and academic institutions, centers, universities, and others to launch new projects in this area. Thus, this decade will be a unique opportunity to enhance cooperation between researchers and practitioners, provide evidence-based information and data to policy and decision makers, and global mainstreaming of a new perspective on Indigenous languages. And I hope that this event today has inspired you to go forth and be creative in the coming decade of Indigenous languages, which UNESCO has declared. And thank you all for your attention today. Are there any questions you'd like to ask? I'm going to check the question and answer section now, and I'm going to read to you a couple of comments. The first one comes from Elined Hav, and it says, how can we make a significant global connection between language transmission and addressing climate emergency and justice? This came through strongly in the first Porrick David dialogue between poets writing in the Gaelic language of Ireland and Welsh of Wales earlier this week. please do listen to our incredible poet Meredith Hopwood's call for us here to listen to the languages of the world. You can hear it here under our Gurando, the art of listening, on the website given here. We want to help to connect Indigenous artists working with and through their Indigenous language, theatre, music, dance, visual arts, film, across art forms and poetry. And should you wish to connect us to anyone in your languages or groups, please feel free to email me, and that is elianedhav@WAI.org UK. They're in Wales. I have one more comment in English here, and that is from Samuel Fernandez Dicat, who writes, "We would like to get access to some of the presentations or to be able to get in touch with certain presenters. What is the best way?" Well, of course, this publication is a publication, so you will have the opportunity to find the contact details of the authors. If you don't want to wait for the actual publication to be, well, the publication is now available. We are launching it. If you want to contact UNESCO about it, you can do that as well. So thank you for that question. I'm sure other people might be asking that question too. Now, would anybody like to ask any more questions? You can write them in the chat. Yes, here comes one. It hasn't come through yet. Janet Katia Patawanka from Bolivia would like to answer the question live. Well, go ahead if you can, please.
Bueno, acerca de las presentaciones.
About the presentations, my video will be shared on my YouTube channel. It is open and available to all of you who are interested. I would also like to hear your comments, opinions about the topics of my presentation. I will write down my YouTube channel so that you can find it.
Any other questions? Then I think it's time to close the meeting. And once again, I thank you all for attending today's session. And I hope you've learned a lot of interesting details, as I have done. It's been a wonderful international gathering. And thank you all for taking part. Goodbye and happy trails.
Okay, goodbye.
And thanks to UNESCO for bringing us together.
Thank you. Thank you for joining all of
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Don't hesitate to share your document with everyone.
Thank you very much. Good luck to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Mosley, and everyone.
Gracias, muchas gracias desde Colombia. Gracias.
Thank you so much from Colombia. Thank you.
Adiós, un saludo cordial desde Bolivia. Hiki sin cama.
Warm greetings from Bolivia.
Thank you very much.
I'm closing the meeting now.